Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. God damn it. Now? God, updates on the computer. I'm going to start over. Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy, and this is Abernathy. Yeah, he wanted on my lap like right now. And so I'm like, okay, so you have to go on the camera because it's, I'm paying for his food and board. The least he can do is look cute for the camera. Sorry about that. There were some updates on the computer. When that happens, I always need to remember to check to make sure because it sets my OBS to default for audio for some reason, which is super annoying for obvious reasons. Come on, say hi to everyone, Abernathy. He sheds like crazy too, so I get all of his fur stuck in my makeup and stuff while I'm doing this, so I get all tickly in the nose. Come on, damn. Ugh. It needs a big cat. Very heavy on the lap. Anyway, welcome, welcome, welcome. So far in the sandbox, we have Mudbuds, Cyan Doodles. Not sure I've seen you before in the sandbox, so welcome. Yeah, Ford ads, of course. Ugh. We have Meridian Prime. I think I know where you're going with that name. Welcome to the sandbox. Hello, Jet. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000, who's not really paying attention right now because you're also busy moderating in the Surfs chat. This is a bit earlier than I would normally start streaming for that very reason, but I don't want to be doing this very late tonight because also like Boston Brian starts his show at 8 and then there's Left Past 10 at 10 and stuff, and I just need to unwind a lot today. I've been having a lot of anxiety for obvious reasons. A certain election coming up tomorrow that I'm super worried about. Cyan Doodles, loving the kitty meows. Yep, that was the late Tulip, a kitty cat of mine. She was very, very vocal, so I got a whole bunch of recordings of her just meowing like crazy. Wait until the end. I have an outro that is, if you have a cat in the house, they'll come running to the living room. Hello, Melly. Yes. Yes, thank you for everyone for being my producers. I couldn't do this show without you letting me know if I'm muted or not. Let's see. I'm glad you like the theme song, Cyan Doodles. It's the only thing on my channel that I really have not changed since I first started it. Like the logo back here has changed, or the logo that you're currently seeing on the screens, because even this is not the newest logo. The letter hack helped me design my most latest logo. So that's changed. My style and presentation has changed. Location has changed. All of that's changed. That is still the original theme song. Let's see. Jet, unstress away. Yeah. Well, I do have like actual news and stuff to go over as well about, Ontario mostly, but other, got cat fur on my lipstick and it's tickling me. Yeah, I do have like actual news to go over today. Not just Ontario, but mostly Ontario, because let's face it, that's what's on my mind right now. I live in Ontario, and yes, we have an election tomorrow, and I am super, super worried about it. It's one of those things like, there's polls out there saying that he's still in a double-digit lead, but then there's all these other things, and it's like, I hate the polls. I hate them. They're no longer of any use. They don't predict squat. Sure, it could end up being completely accurate, no doubt about it. However, it's so hard. There's so many metrics not being taken into account these days with people who are online, who don't answer the phones. But then also here in Canada, it's first past the post. So, the popularity is really, don't pay attention to popularity at all, because yes, it is showing Doug Ford with the most popularity and whatnot, but it all depends on which ridings it's in and how it's spread out, because you can be the most popular politician running and still not win, depending on where that popularity is coming from. So it's really, really hard to predict. I know a lot of people are upset about the election because nobody wanted a winter election. It was a snap election. A lot of people still haven't received their voter cards, so they don't even know where their polling stations are unless they go out of their way to Google it, which, you can't really rely on people to do. It is a mess. It's such a mess for so many reasons. Cyan Doodle says my humor hasn't changed. Thankful for that. Yeah, my humor's pretty much been the same too. I present it a bit differently. A lot more confidently. Let's put it that way. My first videos are a mess. They're a mess because, I was trying to be perfect in all of them, and I would have the script like beside the camera because I can't afford like a teleprompter. But it's not just that I can't afford a teleprompter. It would be me having to learn how to use it. And I would try to do like a perfect take in the whole thing. And yeah. And then I'd say like the quality of my presentation really improved because of my time on Rebel HQ, because I had to produce a lot of videos for that. And so I tightened up how I did it a lot. And then I would say it has improved even more now that I've been doing live streams. But my scripted humor is different than my on-camera humor. And everyone can go check out my latest 2 videos. Ontario has 99 problems, and Doug Ford is all of them. Please check out that video, spread it. I'm actually, I don't know, it's worrying, like suspicious. I don't know what to call it. Sometimes my videos are hit and miss, but normally when I do a video on Doug Ford, Justin Trudeau, or Pierre Poilievre, they tend to get a lot more views. And these last 2 videos, not that many views. And it's just like, how can you not be suspicious when Doug Ford is paying Elon Musk $100 million for a Starlink contract for 15,000 units, when at retail those units cost $500. Yet when the math works out and you're spending the $100 million, It's 6,667 per unit that Doug Ford is paying Elon Musk, who happens to be in charge of like Twitter and algorithms and stuff of that sort. Because I do a lot of my advertising on my videos on Twitter and stuff, and it's been really hard to get any traction there. So it's like, how can you not be suspicious that suddenly just a couple days before the election, Doug Ford videos are going? But do please check out the videos that I did. So the first one was my tongue-in-cheek, just rapidly going over a whole bunch of issues of Doug Ford. But in it, you see a lot of images show up on screen. And I try my best to be sensitive to disabilities because I live with disabilities. And so I know for people with visual impairments, they're not going to be able to read that. And then there's also a lot of people that just don't want to read all of that because there's a lot of them. So I made a second video that is just me reading out all the images that I put up. So there's over 100 images, mostly headlines, that I spent the second video reading out with my charming annotations and stuff. And I tried not to do too much commentary because I knew it would be a very long video, but I couldn't help it at times. So it still could be very entertaining to watch the second video as well. And you can have it on in the background and hear the headlines for yourself. So yeah, and oddly, well, I knew it would be longer than the original video. That's part of the reason why I wasn't reading out the headlines in the original video, because I knew it would just take way too long. Let's see, here the pundit. Meridian Prime says, look up Elections Ontario site for polling places. Show up with ID, even though no voter ID card in mail. Yeah, I've already voted because you can probably still vote today at your electoral office. And yes, all you need is like a driver's license, and that's all I had. So that's all I used. But yes, a lot of people will have to look up online where their polling stations are, which is just an extra step that means a lot of people probably won't bother, unfortunately. Oh, they're roasting the TYT on the serves. I want to watch. Because I caught a bit of it. They had somebody on who used to be from the Democratic Party, but now turned Republican for reasons. Cha-ching. Money, that's the reason, to Republicans. And yeah, I imagine, though, the serfs are going to clip it, so I'll be able to watch it afterwards. But it's just like my energy is running thin right now, just my anxiety with the election tomorrow. So I wanted to do a stream a little bit earlier than normal, just to kind of give me more time in the evening to unwind afterwards. And I wasn't even really necessarily planning on doing a live stream today, but I know after the election, I'm going to be done for a few days. Like I'm not going to be able to do anything for a few days, and there's news that I want to get to and stuff. And so tomorrow, I'll be starting the stream at 8 p.m. Yes, I'm in competition with Leftist Mafia. And also, the Power Report starts at 9, right when polls close. But I'm thinking I might actually get a fair bit of people who normally haven't seen my channel because they'll be looking for live coverage. That's my thought, that I might get more people that way. So I can hope for that. And Tomorrow from the 5 will be joining me on that live stream to talk about it. Let's see. Hello, Super Strike 9. Your birthday is tomorrow. Voting Liberal. Yes, well, make the wish. You wish really hard. I will buy you a cake and put candles on it so that you can make a wish. Oh, yeah. I do want to kind of watch the serves and not pay attention, but like I said, that's the type of thing they'll most likely clip, so I'll watch it afterwards. It's so hard to find a streaming time that doesn't overlap with a much larger leftist channel, probably because my channel is so tiny to begin with. But hey, I did get a shout out today on the Majority Report. I've been trying like crazy to get through on the phone lines pretty much all this year. But, you know, it's such a lottery these days trying to get through on the phone lines because so many people are constantly trying to get through on the phone lines. And you have to keep on dialing. So you'll dial and it says not taking calls right now, hang up, wait a couple minutes, do it again, even though Sam hasn't announced it yet, because there's about a 30-second delay. So if you wait until he actually announces it, you're too late. And the phone lines will be full because that's how fast it happens. And so, you know, the anxiety. So I did that today, which is part of the reason why my anxiety is so high, because you're just sitting there like repeat every couple minutes. And I did get through and on hold, but I didn't get through, even though it's like I emailed, I sent items, I tweeted at them. But it's like they just get so many people contacting them with like, and the thing is that there's so many important stories to cover too. And so I feel bad for them because, you know, they're only one channel that does that sort of thing where they take so many IMs, where they take phone calls like that. And so you have so many people trying to get their stories out there, and there's only so much they can do. But he did end up reading the second IM I sent to him. So I appreciate that, and he shouted it out, and it sounded like both him and Matt liked the name of my video. Ontario has 99 problems, and Dougford is all of them. Super Strike 9, she said the environment is her #1 issue, support Trump. Yeah, I saw a couple clips of what you're talking about, what the surfs are covering about TYT right now. I forget her name because I'm horrible with names. And I caught a clip where she was saying how she got off birth control and that was great for her. And it's like, okay, so then that's great for you. It's not a big lie. It's just great for you. It's not prescriptive to everyone. Cyan Doodles, ice cream cake is the best, and I do have a Dairy Queen near me. I might need to eat one cake tomorrow as a way of de-stressing. I'm busy during the day, so I won't be able to do too much. But yeah, in the evening, I'll be covering, so I'll be starting at 8, even though the polls close at 9. And tomorrow and I will be chatting a bit about, you know, again, I don't like trying to predict. What I'm worried about is that there's going to be less than 40% turnout. That's my worry. But I don't like trying to predict because, again, there's just so many factors that we're not seeing, because you can look at one story and feel heartened, and you can look at another story or poll and feel devastated. And all I can say is vote like it matters. Vote like there's no safe riding. So normally, like in the past, I've had my issues with all the parties, but with the NDP specifically, as I did try to become a candidate at one point, and there was a lot of not cool stuff happening behind the scenes with that. That said, I still voted for the incumbent, even though in the past I have just done throwaway votes like to the Communist Party or something like that. Just because, but right now, not with the turnout we're getting, none of that. You have to vote like there's no safe riding, but that every riding is winnable. That's how you have to vote. And I do endorse, as somebody mentioned in there before, ABC, anyone but conservative. You can go to smartvoting.ca to find out which candidate in your riding has the best chance of being the conservative. So here I know it's the incumbent, so that's who I voted for. And I've been trying to, I don't normally post political stuff on Facebook because I'm rarely ever on Facebook. Occasionally people from like YouTube and Twitter will try to friend me on Facebook. Don't bother. I'm not, Facebook is not one of my media platforms, like media for my channel and stuff like that. So, and I I don't post much on there for lots of different reasons. Partly because since I am somewhat of a public figure right now, I can't post about places I'm going to be going in public, like what festivals I'm going to be at, or if I'm going out to a movie, or just the silly things like that. Not that I've been given reason to worry. I haven't been harassed or anything of that sort. But, here's hoping that one day my channel will explode, and then that then that might actually be a problem, and I might get harassment. I don't know. Oh. And yeah, but we do have some news to go through. And whatnot. And let's see, I just caught something out of the side of my eye. There was something else I was going to say. Something else that just kind of popped into my head. Hello, Alexander. Vote Well told me my riding was safe, so I voted NDP, Beaches, East York. Yeah. I know Jill Andrew, Dr. Jill Andrew. She's in nearby St. Paul, I think. She's also NDP. I know her a couple by 2 degrees of separation. So she should have a safe seat. My seat should be safe here. But yeah, just everyone vote like there's no safe seat and that all of them are winnable. And you vote A, B, C. And oh yeah, been posting more political stuff on my Facebook page right now. Just, trying to get the non-voters out. That's the important thing right now. It's not about trying to win over the conservatives, because there's far fewer conservatives than there are any other group in this province. When it comes to like left-leaning, because Ontario as a population center is more progressive, is more left-leaning, as is the majority of Canada in general. So in the last election, 57% of people stayed home. So I'm just kind of trying to post, like, part of the reason why I made my Doug Ford videos was to get non-voters more engaged. I've been posting on Facebook just stating things like the max somebody on Ontario Works can get is $733. The max someone on disability can get is $1,468. The average rent is over $1,500. And also pointing out that if somebody is on Ontario Works for a prolonged period of time, it's not because they're healthy and lazy, unlike what, Doug Ford will say. It's because they need to be on disability, but they can't. They keep on getting denied because it's extremely difficult to get onto disability. And all the other parties have pledged to double ODSP. Doug Ford will not. And doubling ODSP will literally save lives. So if you don't feel like you want to go out and vote because you feel like Marat Stiles and Bonnie Crombie have nothing to offer you, fine. But vote for the most vulnerable people in your community. And I'll try to put together like a little bit of a pitch at the end of this that I'll try clipping and stuff. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the night goes. Like, the other thing too is it's so easy to vote in this country, in this province. If you have a disability, you can contact your electoral office, you can contact the riding associations, and they will help you vote. And I did do advance voting at the electoral office, and it's the longest I ever had to wait to vote, because there was actually a fair bit of people there, even though it had just opened. But, so it feels like there's more people out, but I haven't really voted like that before. I usually vote on the day. But then, as we'll get to one of the news articles, early voter turnout has been low because, again, a lot of people don't even know where to go for the early elections. Alexander is saying, I saw no signs for the incumbent. So I kind of got excited to flip the seat, but we'll see. It would take a lot of voters. And part of it is, too, not a lot of signs have gone out in general because we've been having major snowstorms. They get buried in the snow. just trying to get the signs together because the other parties had no warning. Like, this wasn't supposed to happen until like a year and a half from now. So they had to suddenly get a candidate and all their ridings, get the signage and stuff printed up and made, which is just like, it's a monster project to do for so many people in such a short time. And so between that and all the snow, I haven't seen that many. Like, normally I've seen, like, I have seen NDP in my area, and I think one Liberal sign. But like, driving around and stuff like that, I'm not seeing the signs. So there's no real reminders out there that the election is happening. And I guarantee you there's a large chunk of the population that just knows it's happening, but they don't know that it's specifically tomorrow, which is just so scary. And as far as I'm concerned, if the turnout is under 40%, it should be an automatic redo. It means all the leaders have to step down and an automatic redo once they get new leaders, because that is a statement that none of them are qualified to be in charge of the province if you can't even get 40% of the population out. That is my opinion, though. Meridian Prime lineup is good, but advance was only 6% in province. Yep, I have that article, and we will be going over that. Alexander says this was my first election since becoming citizen recently. Oh, well, congratulations. I'm sorry that it had to be this election. You're voting against such a monster, but, you know, fingers crossed. But why don't we actually get into some of the news? Was there anything else I wanted? I'm really discombobulated right now. Hello, Rachel Atwood. But yeah. Was there anything else I wanted to do? I'm getting steps closer to having my book be paperback. Boom. So excited to get that actually done and out and stuff. It's a vampire horror book that is loaded with my social and political commentary. And right now it's available as an ebook, but I'm hoping to get it available as a paperback very shortly. And the only reason why I'm bringing that up right now, because that is where I'm escaping to, because I can make this book into a series. So start from, because they're vampires and it's taking place now, start from the beginning and talk about some of the things that have happened in the book that they were talking about in the past, but then also pick up from where this left off. And so I have like all these plots and sidelines in my brain, and I like going there. I go on very, very long walks, like an hour and a half to 2 hours, and I'm just in that world. It's a total escape. Super Strike 9 says Necroplasm is a cool title. Okay, so I didn't pick it. So for people who don't know, last summer I partook in a writing derby. And so it's an online event and it was free. A friend of mine did it the previous year and she got me to get in with it this year, doing it this year. And so what it is that you sign up and there's 50 book covers with fake pen names and all that sort of stuff. And you kind of rank which ones you like. And then they're doled out to people based on rankings and whatnot. And so I didn't pick the title, or I've altered the cover though. But the cover was very similar to that, but more cool tones like greens and purples. So I didn't pick the title. But basically then, once you're given the cover of this book, you're then to write a story based on the cover. And the minimum is 10,000 words. It doesn't matter what the maximum is. My book is a book. It's a novel. It's over 250 pages. So it is like a novel. And I wrote it in a matter of just like 2 months. You know, some major edits, so about 3 months. And then basically, you're not allowed to tell people which book you're writing. Like, I can't say, I'm writing this book. You have to all do it by your pen names and stuff. And it's just a friendly competition to see who can sell the most, starting from scratch. But then once the competition is over, you can plug it with your name and stuff of that sort. So the ebook is available. I don't know if the audiobook is available or it would be any good, but what I am doing, you can go back to my last Halloween live stream to get a feel for it, but I need to redo the first chapter. I will be doing story performances of it, and it will be made available to people who become a Jack in the Box level patron. So that's the highest patron thing. And so I'll be doing each chapter as like a video performance. And you can see there's one of them available on my YouTube page. It used to be pinned to the top, but I've switched that out for the Doug Ford videos, but you can still find it. Just look up Necroplasm. Or you can go to my last Halloween live stream where you'll also see it. And so once all of this election is over, I'm going to take a break, but then I need to finish my TYT video that I'm working on. And then I'm going to take a break, and then I'll work on reading out my book again, because I need to redo the first chapter anyway, because I've made some edits and stuff. So the most current version is what's available on Amazon right now. But so far, the people who have read it really like it. So if you want to get the ebook, you can buy it now. Paperback, I'm hoping to have out soon. But yeah, it's all where my brain is right now. Okay. But yeah, I've been dawdling long enough. Oh, Jet, are you just noticing the Nomen Carbonite? A friend of mine made it for me. Okay. But yeah, I've been like yapping for like a half hour now, but I'm a live streamer, so I should be yapping. Oh, Alexander, TYT video, what? Yeah, it's been a project I've been working on since basically December. And it's very, very clip heavy, which is why it's taking so long, because I'm going through a bazillion clips. And basically the premise of the video is trying to reach people who are still viewers of TYT to be like, why? Because it'll go over a lot of the contradictions, a lot of the ways that Jank and Anna are attacking people that they used to be friends with, and showing all of the receipts, all of them, all of them. The amount of work I've been putting into this is ridiculous. But I had to put that on hold because the Ontario election is taking precedence right now. And originally it was going to be one video, but with the amount of clipping that I've been doing, it's like, nah, it's going to be 2 videos. So I'll post it, and then I'll have a live stream after it as kind of like a talk back. But I have the majority of the clips that I want put together. And part of the reason why I want to get this video done soon is because things keep on happening that I'm like, wow, that is really relevant to the video I'm doing. Because it's basically also about the rift that's being caused primarily by Jank and Anna on the left. And because they have the largest audience, and they keep on, you don't want to say they're lying, but they're lying to their audience about certain subjects. And that's keeping a level of animosity between the leftists who watch their show versus other leftists. So yeah, that's what the video is going to be about. And I feel obligated to do that to some extent, because I used to be a contributor to TYT Rebel HQ. And I'm also non-binary and queer. And if you've been following along with some of the downfalls of TYT, you might understand why I would have issues with how they've been heading. So, yeah. But yeah, so it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. Okay, why don't we actually get into the news? The news. Yes, an election tomorrow in Ontario. I've been getting panic attacks, anxiety attacks from it, because I am very nervous about it. I'm very thankful that Tamor from the 5 will be joining me on stream, just because it will help me to have somebody else there with me to talk to when this is all happening. But there are a few more articles and stuff that have come up in the past few days about Doug Ford primarily that I just wanted to go over. in case, there's any last minute deciders right now watching my channel. Then go watch my other videos. If you're watching my channel because you're still unsure about who you're going to vote for in Ontario, just don't even worry about this one. Just go and check out my Ontario has 99 problems and Doug Ford is all of them. If you can't decide after that, then there's no helping you. It's just no helping you. But I came across some more articles that I just felt relevant. And one we're going to start with is actually a short video from The Breach Media, which is a really good media source. So The Breach Media has out this video, and they say, despite Doug Ford's scandals, cuts to public services, and corporate handouts, he keeps winning. What's his secret? Ahead of the next election, Desmond Cole breaks it down with this. And so... how's that for size?
Ontario Premier Doug Ford called an election last month, almost a
I'm really hoping I don't get in trouble with the music that they have on in the background.
year and a half before his term expired. It was an interesting decision given that things aren't exactly going well in the province under his leadership.
The Ford government tries to distance itself from the Greenbelt scandal.
A shortage of doctors in Ontario, it's going to get worse.
A dire financial picture being painted by Ontario's universities.
Food bank usage has now outpaced capacity and resources.
How has he managed to stay popular while creating and overseeing?
Sorry, I skipped right there because we know that. We know that under Doug Ford, everything has gotten worse when it comes to using the food bank, the cost of rent, the cost of living, getting your healthcare needs met. We know. Everything has gotten worse.
Seeing so many problems. Number one, phony populist messaging. Doug Ford's political superpower is his persona as just another average, hard-working guy. He accomplishes this with folksy language, literally.
So folks, be prepared.
You folks are hearing it everywhere.
Well, folks.
In supposed alliance with the little guy, he postures as an enemy of the rich and elite. This routine conveniently hides the fact that he's a lifelong member of the very class he pretends to hate.
Yes, he was born into wealth. His family was rich. His family was involved in politics from pretty much Doug Ford's entire life. He's part of the 1%. He's never had to struggle in his life financially. He's always had, a very, very comfortable lifestyle. And yet he still tries to pretend to just be one of the average people, to understand where they're coming from. And I think this video does a really good job of breaking down how he actually then uses different parts of class warfare against other people. Because I will never call Doug Ford stupid. He's not that. He's actually extremely talented at promoting himself and playing the political game. He is so good at it that he is winning despite the fact that everyone's quality of life in this province has bottomed out. He keeps winning despite the fact he has the lowest approval rating of any premier in the country because he is very good at the political game.
His family is worth millions, thanks to an inheritance from Doug Ford Sr., a former politician and multimillionaire.
Raised my family out here. We started a business on a ping pong table in a basement.
Despite Ford consistently serving private, wealthy interests, his regular Joe moments convince people that he's on their side.
Driving around in his pickup truck, helping pole-stranded motorists out of snowbanks.
I gotcha. I know.
And in his own way, he's a brilliant communicator. During the fear and uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic, Ford went through a rebrand. He shifted from a brash and confrontational father figure
It's a job-killing, family-hurting tax.
to a softer, more sympathetic caregiver.
Well, good afternoon.
I swear he even changed his facial expressions.
Do you know how to make your eyes kind?
Don't do that.
Number two,
Sorry, whenever they show a clip like that. I don't know how to just skip 5 seconds in this either. because this could get, it's so frustrating when I show clips like this because there is music in the background. It's soft, but it's there because it can just be some music in the background and suddenly my 4-hour-long live stream is demonetized because of like 10 seconds worth of music. Super frustrating, but they kept that clip super short, so it should be okay. I think that's from Severance. I've been hearing lots of good things about it.
2. A multiracial coalition. Previously, the Liberals held power by dominating places where people of color and immigrants live.
I'm also just catching out the side of my eye, Cyan Doodle saying, oh, helping with that shovel. Yeah, that was a political stunt that he did where people saw him like, oh, there was a big snowstorm, so he went out with his shovel. Again, he's very good at playing the political game. Like he hands out his personal phone number, his private phone number to people and say they can call him and all that sort of stuff. I should have added that in my video, actually. As I say in my video about Doug Ford, it's not an exhaustive list. To the point where a lot of his official governmental business has been done on his personal phone line, and he's refusing to release the records, which is a problem. It is a problem. And so when he's talking to you, he puts on like barbecues and things of that sort, and he's very good at warming up to people and just playing that political game. But yeah, there was tons of jokes too about him with that tiny little shovel. Like, ooh, I'm going to help out this one car in this massive snowstorm, as opposed to, you know, retrofitting the infrastructure so that it can get cleared sooner or something of that sort. Thank you so much, Rachel Atwood, for the $2 super chat. Would you compare Ford and Boris Johnson in the UK? Probably... Ford is probably more likable. Because a lot of people, Desmond Cole here is going to get into it, actually specifically in this segment here. Doug Ford does a good job of dividing people in the same class against each other, like the hardworking ones versus the non-hardworking ones, and non-hardworking ones. He's very good at pitting people against each other. But he does it in such a way that it validates a lot of people's anger that they can't get ahead. They can't, you know, they're not making a good living. They're struggling. They're doing all of these things. So how dare somebody sits at home and gets to watch the Flintstones type thing. Because if they're doing all this hard work and they still can't do anything, then nobody else should be able to do that if they're, you know, unable to work. And so he's very good at touching that validation within a lot of people, which makes him a lot more likable, I think, than Boris Johnson was. I don't know too much about him, but I do feel like Ford is more liked by his base.
Ford turned that around. In 2018, he won seats in Brampton, Mississauga, and Markham, as well as the Toronto boroughs of North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke. In 2022, he held those gains. He took a party that was seen as very white and rural into a multiracial voting coalition that could be a contender pretty much anywhere outside of most downtown big city ridings. Ford and his late brother, Rob, seem to understand an important racial dynamic of our times. Being a down-to-earth and self-deprecating white politician is seen as a nice contrast to an aloof and self-serious white politician. If you're relatable enough, people might even overlook your more explicitly racist messaging.
My Jewish doctor, my Jewish lawyer, my Jewish accountant. Don't come to Canada if you're going to start terrorizing neighborhoods.
While his racism slips out every now and again, he doesn't lead with it the way that many modern far-right conservative movements do. Instead, he tells us he's here for everyone, as long as they work hard and play fair. But considering the huge racial inequalities in the province, you'd think he'd talk about how Ontarians of different racial groups are actually doing. He doesn't. There's one exception though. He loves telling us how no one has done more for, insert group here, than him.
There's no other politician outside of Rob Ford that has supported the black community more than I have.
It's part of what...
So 2 things about that statement that Doug Ford just did. Yes, it sounds exactly like Trump. Because not only does Trump say no one has ever done the best for this fill in the blank here than I have, but they also both have this weird habit of talking about themselves in the third person. We're actually going to be touching on that in a little bit about somebody else. But both Doug Ford and Donald Trump talk about themselves in the third person. They both say nobody has done better for, people living on disability than Doug Ford has. Nobody has done better for the Black community than Doug Ford has. Nobody has done better for the rich, wealthy white people of this province than Doug Ford has. And they talk about themselves in the third person, which is just so bizarre to me. But I don't think it's unrelated to their personality types that both of them would do that. And they're both like business people and things of that sort. Business people as in they're horrible at it, but they like to brag about being good at it type thing. There are so many commonalities between the two. Hence why Doug Ford, when he was on a hot mic, said that before the whole tariff thing, he was 100% behind Trump. So yeah, he has said that he's a Republican at heart. There is no sunlight between the two of them.
What academic Cheryl Thompson has called Doug Ford's white savior complex. Even when Ford suggests that immigrants are only here to live off of the province's wealth,
you come here like every other new Canadian has come here, you work your tail off. If you think you're coming to collect the dole and sit around, not going to happen.
He divides people into good immigrants versus bad immigrants. And he gives people the opportunity to identify themselves as the good ones, the honest ones, the worthy ones.
Ain't talk about me.
In white-dominated Canada, this brand of benevolent racism, combined with appeals to hard work and sacrifice, seems to be a pretty successful formula. Number 3, quiet cuts. Where some past governments have loudly broadcast their cuts, Ford has made many of them by stealth.
And this is where there's a lot of disconnect happening in this province, because it's kind of like, I have this saying about climate change, it doesn't matter if you believe in it or not, it's still going to affect you. And so it doesn't matter if you know if Doug is doing these cuts, if you understand any of that, it's still affecting your day-to-day life. But people have such a hard time connecting that with Doug Ford because he does it quietly. There's not enough pushback from the media in a way that gets attention. The other leaders, Marit Stiles and Bonnie Crombie, they're horrible in front of a camera. Like they're not good at promoting themselves. They're not good at getting themselves out there to really attack Ford on these issues. So a lot of people, yes, and the polls have been showing that, everyone, oh yeah, no, everything in Ontario is getting worse. So what are we going to do? We're going to vote for the same guy who's been in charge for 7 years, who's made it worse, and hope that he'll reverse all of his mistakes. No, it's going to continue to get worse under Doug Ford. But so many people just do not have that disconnect. And again, a lot of it goes back to the previous point where he pits the hardworking people against the non-hardworking people. And so there's this sense that if you punish the non-hardworking people enough, that it will somehow benefit the people who do work hard, which is really horrible and just a lousy way to think about people.
Sometimes the government has simply refused to provide the necessary funding to a public program or service.
More than $1 billion of COVID-19 funding meant for health care wasn't spent last year.
The government has underspent its education budget by $432 million.
In other cases, Ford has delayed spending on things that the government will eventually have to do, like repairs to infrastructure. In 2021, the Provincial Accountability Office said 45% of Ontario's municipal infrastructure, like roads, bridges, and water systems, needed repairs.
It's not a matter of, if you're going to pay, it's a matter of when you're going to pay and how much you're going to pay.
And if all else fails, you can always try to buy the goodwill of the public. Take, for example, those $200 checks that Ford mailed to every Ontarian, regardless if they're dead broke or a multimillionaire, right as he was...
And regardless if they were dead. I cover that in my video, how some of these checks were going out to people who are deceased.
Calling this election. It's not going to change your life the way good healthcare or education might, but it's a nice distraction from what the government should be doing.
Yeah, so Breach Media, go and follow them on social medias. They also have their own website. They do really good journalism. Independent, progressive. We're actually going to be touching on one of their articles as well. I do rely on them a lot for my sources. But let's keep on moving here. So Doug Ford has done more press conferences since the last time I've done a news stream, and well, he's been getting worse. He's just, he's not pretending anymore. He's just being a horrible person. So this is from Richard Southern from City News. Update: the PC party is promising to remove the minimum price for liquor if re-elected, meaning the LCBO could sell it for as low as it wants. Asked about it, Ford says that's like a tax break. Well, I don't need to read the quotes because it's going to be said in here. So let's, Doug's focus on alcohol is astounding. No one cares, but he acts like it's the most important thing in the province. People want health care. I don't care if there's cheaper alcohol.
Because that's the taxpayers' money. It's putting money back into people's pockets. So under the Liberals, and I got to explain to the folks in this room here, you know, they would say you have to charge this much, because if you don't charge this much, then people will drink too much. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. They don't do it in Alberta. They don't do it in Quebec. So why do we have to have a base? Let's reduce the cost of that, put more money back into people's pockets again, and that's...
How many people is that putting more money into the pockets of? You know, like that doesn't benefit families. It doesn't benefit individuals. It's only benefits people who spend large sums of money on alcohol. It's not a solution. Just like when he gave the rebates for the license plate sticker renewal, that doesn't help everyone. It only helped certain drivers. But he spreads it like this is a big boon for the economy or something, that this is somehow going to solve so many problems because now liquor is a little bit cheaper. Only will it be?
That's like a tax break, and that's what we believe in keeping everything at a lower cost. So we're going to make sure that we reduce the cost of the fees and the taxes on alcohol. Because...
So about those fees and taxes and stuff on alcohol from CBC News. Ontario to increase beer fee hitting beer stores, private retail, bars, and restaurants. So just because you can bottom out the price of liquor doesn't mean stores are going to sell it for cheaper because, you know, they like their profits. So LCBO to slap 4.4% increase on cost of service levy on all beer, domestic or imported, sold at all stores. Now you know where that 4.4% increase is going to go. Ontario's liquor agency is increasing a fee it charges brewers, a move that would boost the cost of beer for all retailers, restaurants, and bars in the province. The move by the LCBO comes just days before the provincial election on Thursday. The LCBO posted information about the fee increases on its website Monday, within hours of Ontario PC leader Doug Ford unveiling a new campaign promise to scrap province's mandatory minimum prices for alcohol. The increase is set to take effect on April Fool's Day. It amounts to a 4.4% jump in what the LCBO calls cost of service, a levy that applies to all beer products, whether imported or domestic, sold at retail outlets such as the beer store, supermarkets, convenience stores, and brewery retail outlets, as well as on beer distributed to bars and restaurants. And then this just says how much cases go up because of that. Retailers are not obligated to pass on the fee increase to consumers, but if they don't, the hike will eat into their profits. So I wonder what they're going to do. The cost of service fee levied on beer distributed to bars and restaurants is lower than the fee applied to retail outlets, but is also set to rise by 4.4%. Still tickled by the cat fur on my nose. CBC News asked the LCBO on Tuesday morning to explain the rationale behind the increase, but the agency has yet to reply. Ontario craft beer industry is blasting the fee hike, saying it will increase prices for beer drinkers. At a time when supporting local has never been more important in the face of the U.S. tariffs, these LCBO fees increases are the wrong move at the wrong time, said Scott Simmons, president of Ontario Craft Brewers, in a statement provided to CBC News. The fee increases only means one thing: beer will be more expensive for consumers, said Simmons. He is calling on all parties in the election campaign to commit to reversing the fee and to lower other taxes on Ontario-owned craft brewers. I'm not necessarily against, lowering the taxes on Ontario, like, again, local stuff, because I wouldn't mind seeing a lot more stuff done locally so we're not relying on the United States so much anymore for just a reason here or there. And yeah, it's just the other parties and what they say about it. We don't really need to go over that part. And then here we have from Chris Cowley, who is a teacher. I think he's part of a union or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much because he points this out. Alcohol and beer are mentioned more in the PC party platform than education. I can't say I'm surprised that it would be more about beer and alcohol than education or healthcare, probably too. Like, it's ridiculous that this is what's happening right now in this province, yet so many people are still going to go out and vote for Ford. And the problem is, it's not so he has the same base, but he has made his base so much more angry, they're going to go out and vote. Whereas a lot of the people who are angry at Ford aren't yet angry enough to go out and vote against him because the other leaders aren't energizing them to do it. So here we have from Raghu just saying, meanwhile, every night in the ER, there are people dependent on alcohol who can't get a detox bed with serious injuries and medical complications of alcoholism. There are many good things to reduce the price of alcohol. There are many good things to reduce the price of. Alcohol is not one of them. Yeah. Doug Ford was all about, we need to shut down the supervised consumption sites. They're near schools. Yet he spent over $600 million expanding alcohol a year early. So it's not like it wasn't going to happen. He just wanted it done a year early. So he spent over $600 million to do that. And that includes locations by schools. Doug Ford is just enabling drinking in this province like nobody's business. It's like he wants the entire province drunk, pretty much because that's the only way they vote for him. Like, it is just, he is enabling drinking problems or people's access to drinking, and people who might not have started because it was more restrictive before, or it's not in your face as much before. It's there. Like, I feel really bad for a lot of the people who are trying to overcome addiction to alcohol, whereas before they could just avoid going to places like the LCBO and the beer store because those were the only places you could really buy liquor. Now it's in the convenience stores. It's in the grocery stores. It's in their face all the time, which I would imagine would make it a lot more difficult to break that addiction. But like Raghu is saying, can't get a detox bed. There's not enough supports out there to help people suffering with addictions. And it's not just addictions to alcohol, it's addictions to all sorts of things, toxins, drugs, and alcohol, and things of that sort. The wait lists for them are crazy long if you can get into them, unless you have the money to pay for one. And not all programs work the same for every person. So we need a diversity of programs out there to help people overcome their addictions. So here's another campaign stop that Doug Ford made. Also from Richard Southern again, at Ford campaign stop in Windsor, the CBC asked PC candidate Tony Francis why he, like most PC candidates, did not participate in local debate. Ford does not let Francis answer, calling it, and we'll listen to it in the clip. I do appreciate it when the news outlets work together. Because this is Richard Southern from City News, basically plugging someone from CBC News. I appreciate when they actually work together to call out the bullshit of politicians. But let's listen to what Doug Ford had to say to this question.
Hi, it's Chris with CBC News. I got a question for Tony Francis.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
Yes, if you could step to the mic here. You did not take part in any of the debates during this campaign. It's been called a disservice to democracy. Why not take part in any of the debates?
Well, hold on. That's an unfair question because I'm the leader of the party. I would rather have our candidates door knocking, hitting 400 or 500 doors than a bunch of people from all 3-4 parties. I've been in this game for a long time. You get all your party members there and you listen to a debate. Do you know what the best debate is? When Tony's out there knocking on doors, 300 to 400 a day he's knocking on and getting signs, getting support, IDing the vote, and getting people to vote. So that's the answer for Tony. It's an unfair question to pose to a candidate. I'm the one who makes that decision.
Tony, do you want to say anything or do you want the Premier to speak for you?
Next question, yeah.
Go ahead. Next question, please.
That was a bit salty from that reporter, but I love it. It's like, do you actually want to speak for yourself or are you just letting this man do it for you? But yeah, it should be, like, for most people, like the public, it should be disqualifying if your candidates aren't willing to go up on the debate stage. That's part of politics, to air out their policies on the debate stage, to test them, to have people be able to question them on a public forum, not just one-on-one where they can bullshit you, where nobody is there to fact check them. And there have been reports of people going up and saying, like, someone asked one of the candidates about the Greenbelt scandal and the footage of Doug Ford doing backroom deals about it, and the candidate said, oh, that was just AI, and that was caught on a Ring camera. Like, they're free to lie to people one-to-one, and no one is around to fact check them. It's a little bit harder to get away with that on a debate stage. Not impossible, as Doug Ford has proven over and over again. But the fact that this election, last election, even the previous election, so many conservative candidates don't bother to show the people the respect to show up to these debates should be disqualifying in the eyes of a lot of voters. Because even if it's a candidate I even support, I want to see them on stage. I want to see them take the other ones to task. But to not even dignify your constituents by going up on stage and defending your points and talking about it and trying to get it out to the people is just an utter lack of respect for the people in your riding. And so many people, like so many of the PC candidates, don't bother to show up to debates. And they don't, because they know if they did, they would look really horrible. So here we have again from Richard. I asked Doug Ford about his comments from February 7th when he said in response to a question on ODSP, he said, healthy young people that are sitting on the couch watching Flintstones. I covered that. So you can see it clipped. I covered it in a live stream, but I clipped it out. And I did point out at the time that he was not telling people, he was not saying it's people on ODSP who are sitting at home healthy and watching the Flintstones. That's not what he said. What he said was still horrible. He said that it's the people on Ontario Works who are healthy that are sitting at home watching the Flintstones. The thing is that if you're on Ontario Works for a prolonged period of time, it's most likely because you need to be on disability, but you can't get on disability because of all the barriers put in place. Because nobody is surviving on $733 a month. And I put that when I decided to actually post to Facebook. I put the amounts because I don't think enough people realize how little people on Ontario Works and people on disability get paid, because so many people think, oh yeah, you're living fine, you're living large. Even my mom didn't quite understand it when I said one time that I moved and I would suddenly have to start paying for heating and stuff. She's like, oh, well, you just talk to your disability people about that. And it's like, no, I can't. I'm already getting the max. I'm not going to get more to cover that. It's an expense now that I have to take out of my disability check that I didn't have to before. But there's no magical way of getting more money. You get the max is the max. And I think there's so many people that just hear the talking points, that there's people abusing the system, that they're sitting at home, that they're lazy, that they're fraudsters and all that sort of stuff. But if they knew how much they actually get, that would really call that stereotype into question, because nobody can survive on that and have any sort of decent quality of life. And so many people don't survive on it. So let's hear what he had to say about this question.
Southern 680 News Radio. Hello. A couple of weeks ago at a campaign stop, you were asked why your party is the only one not promising to double ODSP. In your response, you made mention of, I quote, healthy young people that are sitting on the couch watching the Flintstones. They should be out there. They should be working, you said. An NDP candidate has since called those comments, quote, despicable. Others have said it perpetuates the myth that those on social services are frauds or are being lazy. My question, do you have any evidence of fraud in the disability support program? And if not, do you regret your Flintstone comments, sir?
Okay, well, first of all, you're totally incorrect on that statement. I said the people on Ontario works. And I always emphasize, Richard, and you didn't say this, that people that are healthy, and there's 260,000
Yeah,
jobs.
he's like, I just want to clarify. No, I was talking shit about another group of people. Not the people on disability. I was talking shit about other people.
Jobs available. If they're healthy, they should be out there looking for gainful employment. What I have said 100 times, if someone has a severe disability, we will take care of them for the rest of their lives. We're increasing ODSP payments by rate of inflation, and we're going to continue supporting the people that cannot work.
That's not supporting us. We live in dire poverty. 40%, 60%, whatever it is, below the poverty line. Keeping us there because you're tying it to the rate of inflation isn't keeping us, isn't supporting us. And as I constantly mention on my channel, that's the official inflation numbers. It's not the actual inflation numbers, because so many other things get added onto a person's income every year that is not accounted for in inflation numbers. So the invisible inflation, as I call it, where things that didn't used to cost before now cost with user fees or, different types of packages. So if you want to participate and maintain whatever lifestyle you have, you now have to pay more to get the same. And if you want to be able to participate and get a job and stuff, because I can't afford to get a StreamYards account. It's a bit pricey, so I'm using OBS to stream through, which is fine. OBS works fine for me, but it's not great when I have people come on my show. It makes it a lot more difficult because I don't have the money to pay for any of these video platforms that would give me the freedom to bring people onto my channel as is and be able to show clips and all that sort of stuff. So I have to find workarounds. But it makes it so much more difficult for someone like me to be able to participate in the workforce if I can't afford to work in the workforce. Because things as simple as getting Microsoft Office package, I'm on a family plan type thing. Otherwise, I can't afford it. So there's all of that that's not being taken into account when it comes to inflation. It's the fee that I now have to pay every time I load up my laundry card. This is new. The laundry machine isn't doing any more work, but now suddenly every time I put money on my card, I have to pay to put money on my card. A friend's parking lot at their building used to be free. Now you have to download an app and pay to go into that same parking lot. Before it was absolutely no problems, but now suddenly, because they can put a cost on it, they will put a cost on it. And so keeping it tied to the rate of inflation actually just sinks us further and further down. And he keeps on talking about it like he's done us this great favor by tying it to inflation. No, it needs to be doubled at a minimum. And so here's the other article I was talking about from The Breach. We're not going to go through all of it because The Breach does amazing, very detailed work, very extensive, long work. So, their articles are definitely worth the read. They're long. Same with Press Progress, which is the next article that we're going to get into. So The Breach, also by Desmond Cole, the person who was just in that video for us. Ontario's rent allowance isn't a safety net. It's a poverty trap. This is what a lot of people don't know about, again, they don't know the rates people on disability in Ontario Works actually get, and they don't know how that's broken up. So let's take a look. With an election looming, none of the major political parties in Ontario have a plan to fix the starvation level housing allowance. As homelessness surges across Ontario, the looming election is yet another reminder of the province's decades-long war on the very poor. Nowhere is this more evident than the housing allowance provided through Ontario Works, the social assistance program for the unemployed. At just $390 a month for a single person, the so-called housing allowance isn't a lifeline, it's a poverty trap. So basically, that $399 is supposed to pay for your rent. That's the housing allowance. And I hate the paternalistic language that they have for it as well. It's the allowance that you get. So if you become, and there's an allowance like this for people on disability. So there's a certain amount of our check that is specifically for housing, and then the rest was supposed to go towards covering the rest of our needs, like groceries and, hydro or internet or something of that sort. It's not much more than this. It's not much more than what this number is here. So when you become unhoused and you no longer are paying rent, they take that amount away. So that $390, if you become unhoused, you don't get that anymore. So the monthly amount you get is far less. This paltry amount is a cruel joke in the province where the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is nearly 4 times that. More of an attack than a form of assistance, Ontario's housing allowance sends a stark message. The unwaged poor are not only a burden, but lazy and undeserving. It pits them against the idea of the hardworking poor who struggle to get ahead but deserve a break. Doug Ford echoed this very narrative earlier this month when he claimed at a campaign event, everyone around Ontario is sick and tired of working hard, paying their taxes, and watching people not pay and take from the system. Again, these mythical people who are living large off of Ontario Works or disability, which is just incendiary and is meant to pit part of the same class of people against another part of the same class, like people who are living with poverty. And it's like he wants to get the workers who are struggling with like 2 jobs to pay all the bills. Don't get mad at the fact that minimum wage hasn't kept up, that the cost of living has skyrocketed. Don't get mad at that. Don't get mad at the things that the politicians could actually do to improve the quality of your life. Just get mad at those mythical people that are just lazy and not working and just living off the system. This incendiary rhetoric is a smokescreen. It's intended to distract from the fact that the government policies have deliberately kept the unwaged poor trapped in poverty. This election cycle, the poorest residents of Ontario are once again being cast aside with no party offering a vision that can reverse 3 decades of legislated poverty. Poverty by design. The numbers speak for themselves. Ontario Works, OW, offers a single person a maximum of $390 a month towards their housing. A family of 4 gets a maximum of $756. A family of 4, so you want like a 3-bedroom apartment with that, so the kids get their own bedroom type thing? Yeah. Providing that it's, 2 kids and 2 parents. But if it's 1 parent and 3 kids, you might want to, the kids might want their own bedroom, and then that's impossible. It's impossible. Recipients are barred from accessing other forms of social assistance for rent, and they are only eligible for the program if they have no other income. This means their ability to pay rent depends entirely on what they receive through the OW allowance. With the average cost of a one-bedroom rental in Ontario currently at over $1,500, the payout is an insult. The rates have, in fact, fallen over the last 20 years. In 2005, the maximum housing allowance for an individual was $335, adjusted for inflation. Today's rate is far less. So back, that would be 20 years ago, $355. So in 20 years, it's raised, somebody do the math there. It's not $55. It's been raised by $55. I'm pretty sure over the past 20 years, rents have not raised by $55. The average rent has gone up way more than $55 over the last 20 years. Back then, rent was cheaper too. The average one bedroom cost $888. It was possible to use the housing allowance to at least rent a room or comfortably share an apartment with other tenants. Today, those options are almost entirely out of reach. While an adequate food allowance can still buy a little something to eat, an inadequate and capped housing subsidy means people simply have nowhere to live. The rules for receiving a rent allowance also forced people into dangerous, overcrowded housing and leave them at the mercy of predatory landlords. The allowance is only paid to those who can provide a letter from a landlord, leaving out an estimated it's over 80,000 people living on the streets or in shelters who qualify for OW, but not for the housing support, as I mentioned earlier. So, over 80,000 people are currently in tent encampments. They don't get the housing allowance. And as I pointed out in my Doug Ford video, if those 80,000 people were considered a population center, they'd be the 18th largest in the province out of 299. The province is in effect incentivizing people to lie about their situations and forces them into unsafe and unlivable conditions in the few places that will accept the OW pittance. In cities and towns across the province, individuals and families cram themselves into small units because they can't afford anything else. Shady landlords offer illegal rooming houses and unregistered basement apartments, both of which have sprung up everywhere in recent years, taking advantage of those with few other options. Low-income residents in these spaces are more likely to die in fires, deal with pest infestations, and forego necessary repairs to avoid interactions with landlords. Also, something I've pointed out in videos before, they're normally in basements too. Look at the amount of flooding that happens in some areas. When that happens, some people have been trapped in their apartments and tragically did not make it, but it also means all of their belongings, everything is destroyed. So when you see a lot of these storms out there where it caused flooding in these towns and stuff, people in the basement apartments lose everything. The people with the least suffer the most. For many, securing housing is also made impossible by arbitrary barriers set up by landlords. Credit checks, employment histories, co-signers, reference letters, post-dated checks, and hefty deposits. If I didn't have my current rental contract, there is no way I'd be able to find another place to rent. None. Because I don't have a real job. And there's definite discrimination against people on disability. There's nowhere I would be able to go to get another apartment. If something happens to my rental contract, I'm done. There's nothing. While the law doesn't require prospective tenants to jump through these hoops, landlords are free to reject anyone unable or unwilling to meet their demands. Perhaps the clearest indication of OW housing allowance inadequacy is the contrast with the federal government's pandemic response. As Ish, I don't know how to say that, who received Ontario Works, noted in a recent column, the Canada Emergency Relief Benefit, CERB, introduced to soften the economic blow of the pandemic's early days, provided recipients with $2,000 a month without a fixed amount set for rent. The federal government's response recognized what we have always known. A real safety net can't come with starvation allowance. Also, that $2,000, people on disability did not qualify for CERB. All of this stuff out there saying, oh yeah, CERB was for everyone. No. If you were on disability, you did not qualify for CERB. The misconception around CERB was anyone could call and get it right away. But then afterwards, they might check and say, okay, you need to give us that money back because you didn't qualify. It was means tested, just not at the time of the call. So I'm not going to go through the rest of the article because, like I said, it's long. It's long. They're very detailed. They're very great articles, and I do recommend people read the whole thing. I'm going to put it in the sandbox. And even though I said I recommend that people read the whole thing, and I'm putting it in the sandbox, I'm just doing my due diligence, really. I know you guys aren't going to do it. So we still have more to go through, but I just want to check in with the sandbox quickly. Let's see. Don't want to get too far behind the comments. You see, people need to send me in super chats so I know how far to scroll up to pick up where I left off, because they see Rachel Atwood's $2 super chat. I'm like, I answered that, so I know how far to go back. So every half hour, someone should send in a super chat so that I have markers in my sandbox. Rachel Atwood, which Ford brother smoked crack on live air? It was Rob, and he's no longer with us. Shockingly, he had health issues. Let's see. Meridian Prime, people who talk about themselves in the third person need counseling. Yeah. Sandy knows exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like, even to me, I have mental health issues, and that sounds weird. Like, even the voices in my head don't refer to myself as the third person. Actually, probably a little bit too much TMI. It's when the voices in my head start acting more in the third person that I know I'm in trouble. So normally I have like the inner dialogue that is just like where I'm saying I a lot, or I'm asking questions, and, I'm going through a lot of stress, like, I don't know if I can do this and all that sort of stuff. It's when I start hearing a voice replying to me that I'm in deep trouble, that my mental health is really bottoming out and I need to seek help. Because what that voice says back to me, as in a third person, is not very friendly. And so to me, that is actually an indication that my mental health is deteriorating quickly. When I start hearing answers to the questions in my head. Hello, Bozed. Hello, hermeteorologist. I forget, is it Bozed, as we would say in Canada, or is it Boz? Hello, Donna. I wish you had a larger audience at this point. Wish too. And it's not just because, ooh, I want to have a larger audience so I get paid more and stuff like that. I want to, like, I made the Doug Ford video and stuff because I was really hoping that it would make a difference. A couple hundred people have seen it. Most of them probably not even living in Ontario. It's about getting that progressive message out there. It's about making an actual difference. It's about making, positive progressive change. And I know that video would work on people, but it's just not getting out there. I know I have a very valid message. I know people don't hear somebody talk enough about mental health issues or disabilities, especially in how it's tied in with progressive politics. How somebody who is queer and non-binary is affected by all of this, what's happening in politics right now. Because one thing I've had to kind of realize is I can't travel to the United States anymore because my passport has the X gender on it. But at least I wouldn't be committing fraud because it's supposed to match your birth certificate. My birth certificate has the X marker on it. But I don't think I can travel to the United States anymore. And so it's important to have a diversity of voices out there covering things that, you know, you can't expect David Dole, Lance from the Surfs, to cover all Canadian stuff all the time, or Steve Boots, or Rachel Gilmore. You need a diversity of perspectives and voices so that all the different groups can get heard, because it's impossible. It's impossible for one person to know all the perspectives and get it out there. And I've pointed out some flaws in David Dole's analysis before in areas that he was missing. Because, and I don't think poorly on him for it, because he does amazing work with what he does, but you don't know what you don't know. And so it's so important to get so many voices out there. But, you know, as somebody who presents female, somebody who lives with poverty, so I can't pay for all the bells and whistles, a lot of the stuff that you see in my studio, my mic, these lights that I have up, a second monitor to help me with this, it's all because somebody has bought it for me off of my Amazon wish list, which is linked in the description box below. To have the same bells and whistles, to have the same tech know-how, I can't compete the same way and get my videos out in the same way. Like I can't pay for an editor. Jet has been so kind as to help me edit some of my videos so that I can get them out quicker, which is kind of on a hiatus right now because I'm burning out. But like the cute little graphics, the intros, adding music, all of that, I can't afford to pay anyone to help me with that. You know, I can't afford to take a class on how to do YouTube videos, and I don't have the patience to sit through the ones that are free on YouTube. ADHD for the lose. So it is frustrating because, again, I know the video I made is good. I know it would help get people out to the polls. And it doesn't take much. Any other government in power right now in Ontario will save lives. And I think if more people really understood that, more people would go out and vote. But, you know, it's frustrating trying to get out there in the algorithms. Let's see. So the Surfs is over, so I should have a much larger audience now. Hello, Monop. I still don't even know if I'm saying your name right. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, very salty politicians. Rachel Atwood, I'm in Vermont at the moment. Alcohol is way less restricted than in Massachusetts. I never noticed that in the past. The States is a bit different than Canada, which, and I only say that because in the States, it's like every state is its own country when it comes to different laws, what you're allowed to do and stuff. So here in Canada, criminal law is federal. So it's the same across the board no matter what province you're in. Although there are things like around alcohol and stuff that's provincially run. So there could be differences between the provinces. But quite often too, like for things with healthcare and whatnot, the federal government can set up the guidelines and then it's up to the provinces to dole it out properly, which they rarely do sometimes, especially if it's a conservative government. So, like that would be one of my fears too about if I were to travel through the States in a car or something like that, is I could be perfectly fine in one state and then I travel to another state and my passport is illegal. So it's like you have to do research on every state before you go to the state because you have to treat it like it's its own country. Let's see. Meridian Prime, exactly. No rep from Conservative Party showed up on disability issues debate. There's so much that should be disqualifying with our politicians that isn't. Let's see. Oh, skipping down to the bottom. Oh, there's my Breach Media article, so I know where I'm at. Looney Tunes 9000, you'll get on in a moment. Not sure what that's in relation to. See, the private problem is I go back in the sandbox and start reading comments, and people are replying to things that I say or something, and then I'm trying to catch up. And it's Jet, yeah, traveling to US probably isn't safe. People looking to get out. Yeah. Okay, why don't we get back into it? Because I'm hoping to be done at 8 by the latest, because that's when Boston Brian comes on, and I suggest people go check him out. Hopefully he's not having the same tech issues. He's been having horrible tech issues recently. Also, a little bit of an announcement. Next week, I'm doing a rare morning show. Tuesday, 10 a.m. I'm going to be having on the New Evangelicals to talk about Christian nationalism in the United States and in Canada, and the growing movements and what that means and all that sort of stuff. Because up here we have a politician, Jamel Javani, I think is how you say his name, who is a Christian nationalist, who is also best friends with J.D. Vance. And they're really pushing the whole, the most under attack people are Christians type thing. And he released this video about how Christian symbols are no longer allowed and blah, blah, blah. And he was doing that while standing in front of a Christmas tree. Just saying. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting distracted by the sandbox again. We gotta get back into the news. Right. I don't think I need this right now. I only put this in my ear hole when I have to, because they hurt after a while. I have very sensitive cartilage. News share. There we go. So from Press Progress, Doug Ford's Ontario PCs have the most high-end big donors donation records show. Shocking no one. 71% of donation to Ford's party were $1,000 or more. Doug Ford claimed he's working for workers, but a new analysis of Ford donation records show his party is racking up the most big donations from wealthy donors, because they're all his friends. Like, that's the thing. They're all his friends. He just calls up his friends, be like, hey, donate. He knows he can afford it too. According to the new Democracy Watch report released Monday, analyzing donations to Ontario provincial political parties between 2021 and 2024, Doug Ford's Ontario PCs were supported by more high-end donors than any of the Ontario's other political parties. The organization report shows Doug Ford's Ontario PCs received 71% of its donations from people who gave $1,000 or more, in contrast to 48% of donations in the Ontario Liberals were from big donors, while 28% of donations to the Ontario NDP exceeded $1,000. That's Doug Ford really working for the working poor, the working class. He's really there for them. Democracy Watch, a nonprofit citizen group co-founded by Duff Crockner in 1993, bills itself as an advocate for government accountability and corporate responsibility. Doug Ford's PC party is a party of the rich, Crockner told Press Progress. None of those people are interested in protecting public interests. They all want their private interests returned for the money they have given to the PC party. Yeah, like if we go back up here, to me it is an indication of the type of people that are drawn to a party by the donations. And so you might think like $1,000 isn't much, but we have a lot stricter guidelines around donations, like political donations in this country than in the United States. They find workarounds, of course, but there are a lot more restrictions. It's kind of like, I watch some live streamers and they're getting like hundreds of dollars in super chats in any given live stream, because the viewers they draw in tend to have more money. And so like I completely, you know, I only say to people, because I know a lot of the people who watch my channel are also drawn to my channel because they can relate to me. And so that's why I will always, always, always say only donate if you can. Like I totally understand it. I'm scraping by. Do not send me money if you need it yourself. Like that's an absolute, I don't want your money. I don't want your money if you need it. It's only if you have extra. But you know, it tells you the type of person that is drawn to a party. So if you have people that have enough disposable income that they can just toss over $1,000 to a political party, yeah, it's all the upper 1% that are drawn to the conservatives. Now, why are they drawn to the conservatives? Because the conservatives represents their interests, will get their interests through. And so, you know, you see, I had Brooklyn Wallace on my channel. She's a candidate for the Ontario NDP, and she was mentioning how they have the most amount of donors in their party because they're a lot smaller. And so I'd rather have, you know, $101 super chats than I would one $100 super chat because, well, I'd like both, to be honest. Both would be good. But it's not so much that I would like it or not, but it tells me that I'm reaching the audience that resonates the most with me. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah. Like, I wish I could actually afford to give more to the people that I content watch from, but and at one point when I had a stable job, I did, but I can't do that anymore. Let's see. Doug Ford's PC party is a party of the rich. I think I said that. While Krochner criticizes Ford's government for receiving the most campaign donations from top donors, he also says it's critical to understand how campaign donations work in Ontario. He calls the current donation system a scandal and says it effectively functions as legalized bribery. The Ford government... Here we go. The Ford government increased the annual donation limit for individuals from $1,600 to $3,300 in 2021 with Bill 254. It has increased $25 each year since. Funny how that works. Get the conservative government in and suddenly, you know what? People should be able to donate more to our political parties. By contrast, the annual individual donation limit in Quebec is $100 per year. Again, we have a lot stricter guidelines here. So this is during a campaign, though. Like, this is during election season. I believe you can pay more to parties outside of that, and then you can pay to, like, the overall party, but then also to your specific riding or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me on it. But it's like, yeah. If you support a party in Quebec, you can only pay as much as $100, which means you have to try to win over more people. So you have to have a much diversified platform. You have to, you know, try appealing to a much wider base of people in order to get the same amount as you would from your one rich friend. Since it is technically legal for donors and their families to donate at the same time and each individually hit the maximum contribution limit, Krochner said an increased donation limit in Ontario makes it much easier for wealthy people to funnel donations to a political party through fewer proxies. It makes it easier because they can donate the same amount of money with half as many people, said Krochner. Krochner points to multiple studies that show that political donations of any size will influence politicians' decision-making. The larger the gift, the more influence it will have over the politician. They give them money as a favor, and then they expect favors in return, Krochner said. Clinical studies worldwide have shown that even small gifts change the behavior and decisions of people receiving the gifts. I am not one of them. I think it's a neurodivergent thing, maybe. I will not ever change how I cover the news based on who's giving me money, which is why I say, you know, I would love to get some of that Russian cash. Feel free to give it to me. They're only ever going to give it to me once. Let's just say they're not going to get a return in their investment. They're going to be like, can we get that back? Because you kind of used it to badmouth us. It's like, yep. Yeah. No, I can't be bought because I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this to get the positive, progressive message out there and to improve lives of people. Krochner said the current political donation system in the province played a part in allowing Greenbelt scandal to happen. It's not at all surprising to see Ford try to hand out protected public lands to a bunch of developers where they would reap $8 billion in profit because they paid to play. Krochner said, accusing developers of using donation system along with a corrupt lobbying system to essentially legally bribe the Ford government. Let's see, how long was this? Oh, we're actually going to be able to read this whole article. Normally their articles are a lot longer than this. Going into the election Thursday, Krochner says he expects Doug Ford to cut deals that benefit friends and donors if he wins again. They're going to get more bad decisions that protect wealthy private interests and rich donors from the Ford government if they are reelected, Krochner said. They've been bought many times over by those donors in the last few years. Earlier today, Democracy Watch also released a report card on each major provincial party's election platform. Ford's Ontario PCs, who only released their platform for this week's election yesterday, received an F. Ford's party also received an F on their governing record since 2018 for reasons ranging from giving favors to friends and employees to having key decisions swayed by business interests. Can't say I'm surprised. You just look at how he passes policies and yeah, it's all right there. Let's see. And then we have Ontario pauses 15 government advertising campaigns deemed to be partisan. Again, we have rules up here in Canada that Doug Ford likes to see if he can get away with stuff. I read the article, but let's see. I haven't watched the video. Let's see if the video just says everything that so I don't have to read the article because yeah.
Back in December by a number of Canada's premiers who wanted to go down to Washington as part of an influence campaign to try to avoid Trump's tariffs. That was then. This was now. In 2 months, so much has changed. Doug Ford decided in early February to call an early election, but nevertheless, that didn't stop him. The one thing that was different, though, was the messaging. What Doug Ford has been saying on this campaign trail was tempered. Instead of the tough talk, we heard a lot of American working together. That's what we heard today. When U.S. President Donald Trump ordered up new tariffs on steel and aluminum this week, Doug Ford promised retaliation.
A hard response, and it will wake up our friends south of the border. The Americans will wake up real quick.
But as the progressive conservative leader took the election...
I'm not entirely sure there's much saving a lot of the Americans that are the problem down there right now. It's a pretty dire situation down in the States.
Campaign to Washington, D.C., Ford struck a different tone.
I have to be honest, I was disappointed. President Trump said, hey, you have 30 days, let's work it out. And bingo, a couple days later, he wakes up and the rules changed, the goalposts changed.
Doug Ford actually said that he kind of basically felt betrayed by Donald Trump because they were kind of buddies before. But as I say, it's the leopards eat your face party. And even though he's one of the leopards, there's a difference between American leopards and Canadian leopards. And when the American leopards get really hungry, they start looking at the Canadian leopards and being like, those spots, they don't look quite right. So they're not from the same leopards eat your face party. They're from different ones. And the American one is much bigger and has more power. And so, yeah, it's not surprising Donald Trump would still throw Doug Ford under the bus no matter what.
Speaking to a mix of Americans and Canadians at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Ford called Trump one of the world's best negotiators and suggested working more closely together.
Let's stop wasting time and energy and effort fighting each other. We can usher in a new American-Canadian century, what President Trump calls new golden age.
Okay, I don't think this is getting to what I wanted in the article here. It's related, but it's not what I wanted to get to. So more than 24 television commercials funded by Ontario taxpayers were paused during the election period after the province's Auditor General deemed the advertising was designed to promote the governing party rather than the province itself. In December, Auditor General Shelley Spence revealed the province spent a total of $103.5 million on advertising in the previous year, including commercials highlighting Ontario's economy. Much of the language used in the publicly funded ads, taxpayer money ads, mirrored talking points used by Doug Ford and the Progressive Conservative, leading to Spence flagging them as potentially partisan. I really was just fostering a positive review of the governing party without providing other information that most ads would have, Spence said in December. When Ford called a snap election, the government entered caretaker mode. Ontario's top civil servant paused 15 government advertising campaigns that had previously been highlighted by the auditor. In accordance with Government Advertising Act, government advertising campaigns are paused during the election period unless they are time sensitive, such as campaigns related to health and safety matters, or related to revenue generation and are approved by the Auditor General of Ontario. Let's see. The party has previously written asking for clarification. In particular, the auditor took issue with the Let's Build Ontario advertising campaign, which focused on electric vehicle supply chain and job creation. And I just wanted to get to, let's see. Ford has refused to lay out how much money taxpayers have spent on commercials, only offering that the budget is in the tens of millions, and a recent campaign event saying the information could be compelled using Freedom of Information laws. And that's for the extra ads. So there was the 103 million on ads, but then he was spending tens of millions more on ads specifically for Americans. And you can see that in my Doug Ford video. And so here we have, advocates say Ford campaign has ghosted people with autism. Yeah. So when I was going to add this into my Doug Ford video, but it was a little bit more tricky because it was something that he tried to do, but then kind of had to backpedal on, but he's still horrible with, if that makes any sense. So when he first got into office, what he wanted to do was offer a flat rate to people with autistic children for schooling and extra special needs and stuff like that. So he just wanted to give a flat rate, which didn't work out well for a lot of people because there were some people who their children needed just minimum help, but then there were some with their children being autistic that needed a lot more help than what that cap would give. And so the previous systems have been more flexible, geared towards the child's needs. And he tried to cap that. And I think he had to backtrack on it, but he's still underfunding help for autism. So, as we'll get into, there's a long wait list. Advocates from the Ontario Autism Coalition say they were ignored by Doug Ford after his campaign failed to answer the coalition's questions about autism services ahead of Thursday's election. Despite numerous invitations to share their positions on the issue that affected most, the PC party has offered nothing more than their silence, advocates said in a statement. As of Tuesday, all three major parties had responded to the coalition's questions except the Ontario PC party. Shocking, them not answering questions. They have not presented any plan to get the more than 50,000 kids off the core services wait list. That's the wait list right there. 50,000 kids in need of services. And the thing about kids is that they grow up rather quickly, so it's kind of time sensitive that they get this help earlier instead of later. Address the desperate lack of services in schools or the poverty level inadequacy of ODSP rates, the coalition said. The autism community is let down and disappointed. In a statement to City News, a spokesperson for the Ontario PC party pointed to the Ford government's previous investments in autism services, including $720 million to launch a new autism program that created additional pathways to provide more children with autism access to services than ever before. No one has helped the autism people like I have. Me, Doug Ford, talking about myself in the third person. Doug Ford talking about Doug Ford in the third person. In a statement to the City News, a spokesperson for the Ontario... our program offers immediate access to services, language, blah, blah, blah. Despite these assurances from the government, advocates say the access to services skills still takes years. As it stands, more than 50,000 autistic children and youth are waiting for clinical service, and current wait times are indefinite, now extending beyond 5 years. There's a big difference between a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old. Big difference. You don't get to wait 5 years. The help that they could have gotten if they had gotten it at 5 versus 10, astronomical, the different level of help they could have gotten. So that says Carrie Monaghan, Executive Director of the Ontario Autism Coalition. And then this is just talking about raising disability rates with the other parties, which I've talked about plenty on this channel. Then we have Ford repeats weak knee judge comments on campaign despite complaints. Let's no, I didn't have anything there. No blocker. Let's see if this, I glanced over the article, but let's see if this says, Global News will sometimes actually have it. Oh no, the title of this isn't to do with the article. Okay. Ontario Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford is repeating comments about judges on the campaign trail that triggered a barrage of complaints from the legal community when he made them last year's premier. After leak audio emerged of Ford expressing his support for the death penalty at the beginning of the campaign at a police gala, I have that covered in my Doug Ford video, the PC leader has been forced to defend his comments as a poor taste joke. Speaking on Thursday, Ford said his death penalty comments were where he said talked about it. He said he sent them straight to Sparky. So just, he says, and this is later on as he's defending those statements, where my frustration is, and everyone's frustrations behind me too, is when their door gets kicked in, someone puts a gun to their head and threatens their family, steals their car, terrorizes neighborhoods. We're done with that, Ford said in response to a question about his comments. How often is this actually happening? Like, I don't doubt that it does happen. It's horrifying that it does, but how much does this happen? That he needs to go, also deal with the root causes as to why people resort to criminal activity. Again, that wouldn't necessarily get rid of all of it because there are just simply horrible people in the world. But it would cut it back a lot more if people weren't starving and desperate on the streets because they can't afford a place to live or groceries or proper health care. We're done with the weak-kneed liberal JPs, that's justices of the peace and judges, letting people out, not once, not twice, not 3, 4, 5 times, but 8 times. That has a lot to do with underfunding of the courts from Doug Ford. And there's laws in this country that people need to be seen by a certain time or their cases are dismissed. And it has a lot to do with Doug Ford not putting the money into the system. So the comments mirror a series of controversial statements Ford made last March when he said he wanted to appoint like-minded judges. Oh, I should have added that to my video too. Again, the video I made about Doug Ford, not exhaustive, but I do remember I have videos on this specific thing. I talked about this on my live streams at least. Judges who would enforce tougher bail rules. And Doug Ford was going to be jumping through some hoops to do that because our court systems are supposed to be nonpartisan here in Canada. So I'm not going to appoint some NDP or Liberal, Ford said in March 2024. Again, our court system's not supposed to be partisan. So if you paint a judge as being NDP or Liberal because they're not going to be so fervent hardcore on tougher bail rules and stuff, or do what you want them to do, that's problematic. because it doesn't represent, they're supposed to represent people equally. If you start selecting judges based on how like-minded they are as opposed to their qualifications, how much like-minded they are with, in Doug's Ford cases himself, that's a problem. Those comments were met with public outrage from his political opponents as well as groups in the legal community. Documents obtained by Global News using Freedom of Information laws show those words, which he repeated multiple times, also triggering a mini barrage of complaints sent directly to Ford's office and to his Attorney General, Doug Downey. 5 different groups all penned letters complaining about the comments, and in one case asked Ford to publicly clarify he still believed in an independent judiciary. The Society of United Professionals, which represent lawyers, wrote to Ford and urged the government in the strongest terms to appoint principled, impartial judges of the highest qualification, regardless of political affiliation. And it's a bit longer, but I think you guys get the idea. I'm going to throw this into the sandbox because I still have lots that I want to get to. Rachel Atwood, thank you again so much for the $2. U.S.-Canada century has Judeo-Christian values vibe. Yeah, and I appreciate the bookmark in my sandbox that I can go back to. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they have to say about the new evangelicals, Cassidy and Tim. To see what they have to say about it. Also, no one warned them. They're Americans coming on my show for the first time. You know what that means. Well, a lot of you know what that means. Now, it's interesting that Doug Ford is talking about judges and crime like this and that the book should be thrown at them. And he's such a strong supporter of the police and all the police unions are backing him up and all that sort of stuff. And I touched on this in a live stream before, but I didn't really cover it because there weren't articles on it from bigger news sources. Well, now there is. Doug Ford's cop son-in-law faces multiple misconduct charges. As I was kind of leaning towards at the time, when you have a cop that is so bad that they're facing charges because of what they did to other cops, wow. Because they usually look out for their own. But yeah, if you're a cop, you don't target other cops for issues and stuff. They actually had a GoFundMe page to pay for their court case, which I think should have been taken down because if I'm correct here, you're not supposed to use GoFundMe for court cases like that. For other things, but not for court cases. So very, very interesting that it is so bad that the police are like, oh, this guy sucks. Anyway, Ernest Dave Haynes, a police sergeant and son-in-law of Ontario Premier Doug Ford, is facing multiple misconduct charges from the Toronto Police Service, TPS. According to a newly released documents, Haynes has been charged with multiple counts of insubordination, breach of confidence, and discreditable conduct for offenses that were allegedly committed over the past 4 years. Haynes made his first appearance at the tribunal Tuesday. Among the most serious charges is that allegation that he forwarded his wife, Krista Ford, the Premier's eldest daughter, more than 70 confidential emails from his TPS email account. I wonder if she had any, when they all get together for a family dinner, barbecue, or maybe holiday turkey dinner or something like that. I wonder if those emails come up in conversation between Krista and her daddy. I wonder if those confidential emails come up. Of the 79 emails, 61 have some direct connection to your official duties as a police officer, prosecutors wrote in a hearing notice. Some of the emails also contain attachments pertaining directly to official policing duties. In doing so, you committed misconduct in a matter prejudicial judicial to discipline or likely to bring discredit upon the reputation of the Toronto Police Service, prosecutors added. Wow, if you're doing something that could damage the reputation of the TPS, it's pretty severe because the reputation, well, In addition to sharing confidential emails with his wife, Haynes is also accused of sending sensitive police information to his colleagues who were not authorized to access that data, including one email with the subject title, Sexual Assault. In his email, prosecutors say Haynes divulged information which was his duty to keep secret. In a separate incident dating back to December 2023, prosecutors said Haynes sent an unsolicited mass email to 246 TPS members where he expressed his personal opinions relating to police matters and was critical of some of the service's initiatives. This undermines the chief and the command's position, prosecutor says. Now, generally speaking, I wouldn't be covering this. But it's the fact that it's the son-in-law of the premier, that his daughter got access to some of these things, that makes it very suspect. Very suspect. You know, did Doug Ford get access to these as well? And what did that do to sway his decisions on how he treats the police, what he says about the police, who he appoints, that sort of thing? And also, if I were to send an email to 264 coworkers that talk shit about my boss, I wouldn't have a job the next day. Just saying. Even if everything I said was true. Last month, Haynes' wife, Christia Ford, launched an online fundraiser in an effort to finance legal support for her husband's disciplinary battle with the TPS. Hey, Abernathy, don't eat that. He's going after a cord again. Abernathy, stop it. For a while, he seemed to actually get away from the cords, but now suddenly he's all about to wanting to chew through the cords. Come up here where I can see you, where I can keep you behaving. Come on, you big bear. You big little hippo kitty, you furry hippo. So let's get back to the article. In an emotional video posted to social media, Christia pleads through tears for public support to fund outside legal counsel for her husband. I know in my heart what transpired over the last year between my husband and his employer and the Toronto Police Service is not right, she said, without providing specific details. I don't have confidence that he'll be given a fair hearing or investigation based on our unique political affiliations upon other bona fide reasons. In the last 4 years, my husband has been sent home on unpaid leave for 7 months, she added. Furthering this, he spent 4 months off unpaid last year because of his PTSD was severely triggered. I don't make light of PTSD, but I'm a little bit suspect here. And I don't know if this is the same Ford daughter that had an online baking business where she used her nickname in the title. And then she did a cute little alliteration thing. So it was online as Kai Cookies. She spelled cookies with a K. So the acronym was KKK. And if you go to the website, she had to change it because there was let's just say there was a little bit of backlash. She had to change it, but there's still way too many Ks on the webpage for it because she wasn't able to do things like change the email. And again, normally this wouldn't be a problem, or well, it'd just be fun to laugh at or whatever. But she did this after Doug Ford had become premier. And one would hope that as premier, you would have enough common sense to be like, hey, you know I love you, daughter, and everything, but this is a bad look. Maybe change the name before you open your business. Oh. Yeah, just look up Kai Cookies. If you want, tell you what, if I get a $10 super chat, we'll go into the Kai Cookies. But anyway, I don't need to spend any more time on this because, again, it is just ridiculous. And I also find it funny that they've only raised 18,000 only of the 100,000, because normally if it's something along these lines, conservatives back each other up and a police officer would be backed up by other police officers. So the fact that they've only raised the 18,000 out of 100,000 means he doesn't have a lot of friends back where he works, because police officers definitely have the money that they could help him reach that goal. Let's see. I think I'm switching a bit subjects, so I'll go back to the main shot and yeah, okay, so that's it with Doug Ford right now. Well, there's a little bit more, but we're kind of switching some subjects. There we go. Hi, Abernathy. So checking the sandbox. Don't eat the necklace. Don't eat the necklace. You little furry hippo. Look at this cat. Look at this guy. Ooh. He's also a Bengal mix, which I did not know when I adopted him from the rescue. I just thought he was a very pretty tabby. Here, let's do the plank. There we go. There we go. Say hi to everyone, Abernathy. He's a big kitty. You're a big kitty. Look at those muffins. Boy. Come, down you go. Down you go. Ugh. It's like no other cat I've had before. Okay, checking the sandbox. And welcome everyone who has since joined the stream. Nice to see you all here. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting like cat fur in my mouth. Ah, cat. I'm surprised I don't cough up hairballs with the amount of cat fur floating around in here. Looney Tunes 9000. So Doug Ford is ableist? Oh, absolutely. Yes. Hello, MIDI doctors. You are watching reruns of Due North. Is that the Canadian show I'm thinking of? Or was that Due South? I don't know. Let's see. Meridian Prime said, yeah, it was mentioned at the disability issues debate that the autism wait list was a 40-year wait. Oh. It's yeah. He doesn't care about people with disabilities. But he can't, again, he's very good at the political game. He can't outright say he wants us all to die. And that he doesn't care about us. And so that's why he says, like, oh yeah, I'm being so generous by keeping it, capped to the inflation or whatever. He can't outright say it, but no, he can't stand people with disabilities. Let's see. Seth Evans, LOL, that sounds like a good description of Mr. Ford poor taste joke. Yeah, well, it was, he'd send criminals right to Sparky. We don't have the death penalty in Canada. He's also made the joke that, oh, this new vet clinic that's opening up has an MRI for animals. Maybe we can send overflow patients here that can't get a real MRI. This rich buddies thought that joke was a hoot. But I do recommend that everyone go and check out my Doug Ford video. Ontario has 99 problems. Doug Ford is all of them. And spread it, share it as much as possible. It's not being picked up in the algorithms at all, when usually my Doug Ford videos do a lot better than this one. And you get to see it, a scripted video. I present a bit differently in a scripted video than I do here because it's, well, scripted. Let's see. Okay, I'm not too sure what people are talking about. Lots of chatter in the sandbox, and I'm not entirely sure where all that, where the conversation started. Looney Tunes 9000 says, please donate to Annie Fitzgerald's GoFundMe page if you can. She's getting close to her goal of a new wheelchair. Oh, that's good. She was on the Majority Report recently. I'm glad she was able to get through, because I know how hard it is to get through. Rachel Atwood, breaking Michelle Trachtenberg has died. I don't know who that is. Igloo Election Eve, sending strong thanks. I'll be covering it live with Tomorrow from the 5. He'll be joining me 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I am not looking forward to it. I'm like feeling sick a lot over the past little while. Just really sick. Bad lefty chewing through wires. Yes, I knew it. Yeah, he's been a problem. Luckily, I have a friend that can, you know, snip wires back together. But he just, yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. I've never had this problem with a cat before. And then Lanier, my other cat, he's found a couple cords where it's like, oh, I'm going to try these too. It's like, don't. And I've tried getting the spray and everything. So I resort to like wrapping them all in tinfoil, which seems to be the best deterrent so far. But it's like the back of my computer right now looks like a high school art project because of all the tinfoil that I have there. And I'm still getting tickled on my lip from all the cat fur that's floating around in here. Like, I'm seeing it, and I think occasionally you can see like a hair fly in front of the camera too. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, tomorrow night while you're watching Leftist Mafia or Power Report, join Sandy and her guests for a live election coverage tomorrow, 2 nights, 2 hours after the polls close. Yes, I think my stream should take precedent over Power Report and Leftist Mafia. Because it's live breaking news of the Ontario election. It's not going to take long for the results to come in either. So the polls close at 9. I imagine it's, yeah. We'll know by 9:10 who the premier is. Rachel Atwood, David Dole is also in Ontario, right? Yep, he is. He actually does not live that far from me. Like in Canada speak, it'd take an hour and a half or so. Well, it all depends on traffic. It would take an hour in good traffic. For me to meet up in his territory for like coffee or something, but that's weird. He doesn't know me, I don't know him. Let's see, Bad Lefty, yes you do, Sandy. Michelle Trachtenberg was Buffy's little sister in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I never actually watched it. I never watched that series because I saw the movie and I was really disappointed that they didn't have the same actors in the series. So I never actually got into that series. Let's see. Bo Zed, we heard cats on treadmills for electricity. Well, maybe that would help get his weight under control. It's a struggle because Frodo, the oldest, he's 17, he needs to eat more. So whenever he wants food, I put food down, but then of course Abernathy wants it. So I have to be very cognizant of, okay, so I have to put a little bit into that dish too to make sure that he doesn't try to hog all of Frodo's food. But then as soon as Frodo's done eating, I have to take whatever is left and put it back in the bag so that Abernathy doesn't continue to eat and all that sort of stuff. Bad Lefty. Well, you're all about vampires. Yes, I am. But I just never got into that series. To more from the 5, who will be joining me tomorrow night for live coverage of the election. Also confirming that David Dole is in Toronto. Yes. Toronto is a big city, so it's not like you're doxing anyone, and he's admitted it too. He's also acknowledged where he lives. Let's see. I'm actually just starting to watch How We Live in the Shadows. It's a kind of like a comedy vampire modern show. I just watched the first 2 episodes. It's light. I might continue to watch it. Okay. Let's get back into it. There's still a lot to cover. And I was hoping to be done at 8. Started the stream early. Okay. So there are other candidates and stuff and parties that are in this election. It's not just Doug Ford and the Conservatives. There's also the Liberals and the NDP. Pretty much, if you need to convince somebody to vote Liberal instead of Conservative because, they want to vote Conservative because they're Conservatives, tell them to vote Liberal then, because the Liberal Party is the Conservative Party now. The Conservatives are like right-wing, hardcore MAGA types, maple MAGA types, regular MAGA types. The Liberal Party is just the Conservatives. That's what they are right now. So if you have a family member or something that's like, but I like to vote Conservative, yeah, then tell them to vote Liberal. Why would I say such a thing? Well, all of her policies, for one thing, claiming Bonnie Crombie, leader of the Ontario Liberals, saying that, the party has moved too far to the left. Oh, where do we hear that? Like all the time from people are like, we're moving right of center now. So more evidence to that is that you see a lot of crossover in candidates between Liberals and Conservatives. You see, you don't see too many people who are candidates for the NDP then becoming Liberal candidates, or Liberal candidates then becoming NDP candidates. You do see a lot of crossover, though, with Liberals and Conservatives. If one party doesn't take them, then they'll go to the other party, which should be a red flag if you're trying to vet a candidate, but not so much for those 2 parties. So Jasmine Atfield is quote tweeting this out. So what is this? Ontario NDP press office. According to her candidate, Bonnie Crombie's team is focused on making it easier for your landlord to evict you in the middle of a housing crisis. Let's hear what he has to say.
We will work out with Bonnie Crombie. We'll have the meeting when we are elected, and we're going to make it very easier for landlords. Like, you don't pay the rent, you're out. That's really like that. So it should be in landlord's favor to get him out or change the locks. Like, he can't even change the locks. We will implement it, and we will change so the people can change the lock. They have a right to, they don't need to stay in the court for 6 months or a year. They have 2 months. 2 months. We will work out with them.
Yeah, well, let's just make it easier for landlords to kick out tenants and abuse them. Let's just take away tenant rights, because it's always the tenant that's at the fault. It's never the landlord. The landlord is never at fault. It's always the tenant. And then just Jasmine Atfield mentioning, if you're thinking, wow, this Liberal candidate sounds a lot like Conservatives, it's because he is. Singh, a golf course Mongol, was running to be Poilievre's candidate before Bonnie appointed him to the Liberal slate. Lots and lots of this. Now, something that has been happening is a lot of people are online saying we need to vote strategically. You can't rely on the parties. Bonnie Crombie, Marit Stiles, they're never going to do that. They're never going to say vote strategically. They're always going to say vote for me instead of them and stop the vote splitting. It's up to the people to go to smartvoting.ca to see which candidate has the best chance to beat the Conservative in your riding. However, there have been a few candidates that are like, yeah, I value the people in my riding so much, I'm stepping aside so I don't vote split. You can't rely on the parties to do it, but individuals will sometimes do what's necessary. And so in a previous live stream, I mentioned that an NDPer has stepped out of a race because the Liberal candidate in her riding stood a better chance of beating the Conservative. Well, now we have a couple Green candidates also doing the same thing. So Green candidate in Waterloo endorses NDP rival, cites vote splitting as a concern. And I do not have how to say her name. I'm terribly sorry. Says by taking votes away from the NDP, the PC government might come back in Waterloo. So the Green candidate says in Waterloo, she's endorsing NDP candidate and incumbent Catherine Fife in that riding. She made the comment Monday morning following a candidate panel on CBC KW's The Morning Edition with host Craig Norris. The candidate was answering a reporter's question about funding to universities and colleges when she offered the endorsement, saying she's concerned about vote splitting in the riding. If you're inclined towards voting Green, I think that you should, but also consider this. You like the Green movement, that's amazing. If you're in Kitchener Centre, you should vote for Green candidate Aislinn Clancy, because she has the best chance of winning. But when you're in Waterloo riding right now, there's a worry that by taking votes away from the NDP, the PC government might come back in Waterloo, and that's a real concern for me as well. If you really like the Green movement, send me a message and tell me I'm doing great. Tell me I can earn your vote for next time, but this time vote Catherine Fife, vote NDP. And so that's one Green candidate. This is two Green candidate. Massive shocker right off the bat. Braden Weg, I don't know how to say that, the Greens, has officially endorsed, I don't know how to say that name either.
You set the stage a bit. The one thing that I will give you, no matter what, is complete honesty and transparency. There are so many things wrong with our government, so many things wrong with our system, fundamentally, that just make even this process a little less democratic than it really should be. The Green Party has such an amazing platform. Mind you, a lot of people don't pay them too much mind because of preconceptions and biases that exist, but genuinely, this is a group of people that really want to change things for the better, especially in this region.
I would actually love to see Mike Schreiner, the Green Party leader of Ontario, be premier. He by far had the best platform going out there, but you know, there's only two of them currently in Queen's Park. They don't stand a chance, and I don't know why that is either, because like they offer a solid plan, solid platform. Mike Schreiner presents well in front of the camera. Like I don't know why the Greens struggle the way they do. Because really, the vote splitting should be between the NDP and the Greens, and then the vote split happens between the Conservatives and the Liberals, because you have more crossover in their bases than you do between like Liberals and NDP. So that's really, you know, there are two Conservative parties in this province. One is red, one is blue.
They're working tirelessly in the communities, even during their off time, to make things better. But to set the stage, there is a truth that has to come out at some point tonight, and it's best to just do it off the top. And that's that right now we're dealing with a situation where you have a Conservative leader that has continuously let you down in this riding and not shown up. And no matter what they try to say, there's two things that come to mind: out of touch, bad faith. These things exist for a reason. And I'm here tonight to tell you what the Green Party is doing, trying to make this stuff better. But when it comes to this riding and what's best for your riding, the truth of the matter is we need a candidate that cares, and we need a candidate that's going to put in the time and energy and work to take care of you guys. And the only way that's going to happen in our current not great democratic voting system is to create a candidate that we can all get behind. And that's why tonight I'm proud to say that I'm supporting Jody as the candidate for this riding.
I'm glad that people were clapping over that too, because, you know, a lot of the people who are voting against the Conservatives, they understand that this needs to happen, that there needs to be a stop in a lot of this vote splitting. And it's the Greens and the NDP that will be willing to do this. Individuals within the party. The party leaders will never call for it, but individuals within the parties will. The Liberals would never do this. None of their candidates would ever do this. Even in ridings where it's blatantly obvious the NDP has a better chance of winning. No, they will not. They will still say, stop splitting the vote by voting for the NDP and vote for me instead, even though the NDP has a much better chance of winning. They do that all the freaking time. It is so infuriating that they're constantly like, don't split the vote by voting for us, even though, you know, they have a better chance. Now, this one I thought was super interesting because I've talked about Matthew Green on here before. He's the NDP MP for Hamilton Centre. So that's the federal level of government. And he has stood up for Sarah Jama before. So Sarah Jama used to be part of the Ontario NDP, but was kicked out of the caucus a few days after the October 7th attacks because she called for a ceasefire and referred to Palestinians as being human beings. And Matthew Green, to his credit, stood beside her. He wears a keffiyeh, and, you know, he's been to protests, he's been to strikes. I'd love to see him run for leadership of the NDP. I have no idea what this means, though. What's happening? Maybe the pressure just got too much for him, but this is a very interesting development. So Connor here was like, I was wondering why I hadn't seen Matthew Green, the NDP MP for Hamilton Centre, say anything about Sarah Jama and the NDP. So in Hamilton Centre, the NDP is still running a candidate. That's part of their constitution. They have to, apparently, according to Brooklyn Wallace. So Connor, it'd be weird because Matthew has been a vocal supporter of Sarah Jama before. So who would he endorse? Sarah Jama as an independent, as she is now running as an independent, or the NDP candidate? But looks like he deleted his Twitter account, though he was out canvassing with Jama earlier this month. So I would call that an endorsement. And I checked. And yes, his Twitter account is gone. I know, because I've DM'd him before. So I don't know what this means, because the NDP must be looking at that like, that's not good. That's not a good call. But yeah, this is like super bizarre to me. Because like Matthew Green is a really good guy. Like I got some support from him from the beginning when I first initially tried to run as a candidate. He was supportive of me way back when. So the first time I tried to run, before I had any social media. So this is like super surprising. He is on Blue Sky now, as Christo Avalos points out. But I would imagine like the upper brass in the NDP is looking at that like, we don't like that. No, you should be endorsing the NDP candidate if you're endorsing anyone. So I have like literally no idea what this means. Because I know after this next federal election, there's going to be a much louder demand for Jagmeet to step down as leader. There's already been a loud demand, but I think it's going to be unquestionable after this next election because the NDP, their numbers are going to tank. They'll be lucky to maintain official party status. I would like to see Matthew run for that position, but this is very, like I'm actually at a loss as to what this means. Because I could see him not endorsing anyone, but to be actually out campaigning for an independent. That's something. And I think it's good. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it's fantastic that he is supporting Sarah Jama. No doubt about that. But the party is probably looking at him a little bit sideways. But let's get into some of the concerns around the voting right now. So just 6% of eligible voters cast early ballots as election day nears. Just 6% of eligible voters in Ontario took advance voting in this year's general election, preliminary data shows. The figures released by Elections Ontario Monday morning mark a change from previous provincial elections. In 2022, 9.2% voted over a period of 10-day advance polls, and in voters, 6.8% cast their ballots over 5 days of advance voting. Due to the snap election this year, voters cast ballot over all 3 days. Advance polling turns out to 6.14%, so down 3%, which is worrying. Elections Ontario estimate roughly 10.8 million people are eligible to vote in the election, which is scheduled to take place on Thursday. Voters can still cast their ballots and stuff. The last early election in Canada, which played out in Nova Scotia last fall, saw a new record low for turnout, which is probably, Doug Ford took his cues from that. So, again, this is why things are just so disconcerting. When I voted already at the electoral office, and I saw a lot of people there, but since I've never voted at an electoral office, I didn't have anything to compare it with. So I was hopeful when I saw that, but now it's like, oh, okay. And as I've said, do not pay attention to what this says. Just don't. Popular support versus things of that sort, it doesn't matter. It all matters about who actually gets out to the polls. If all those undecided voters or people who sat at home last time, if all of them went out and voted, there's no chance the Conservatives would win. None. Because this province leans more progressive, more leftist. So even if there was an even split between the Liberals and the NDP, if everyone came out to vote, the Conservatives still wouldn't be close to winning. But here we have close to 3 in 10 Ontarians plan to vote strategically in upcoming election. New Nano surveys find we need more of that. Nearly 3 in 10 Ontario voters plan to vote strategically, but that's a fairly small sample size, I gotta say. Respondents were asked about their primary motivation to determine who's voting for, and they found basically they're voting against the party that they do not want to win. So there's more people voting against the party that they don't want to win so that's 17% versus the 11% who said they would vote. No, I got that backwards. So the survey found that nearly 70% of respondents would vote against a party they did not want to win, while another 11% said they would vote against a leader they do not like, which is basically the same thing. It's the same thing. About 40% said they would vote for a party they like, and 29% said they would vote for a leader they like. About 4% of respondents were not sure. So that's getting pretty up there for people that, that's the thing. We should have a system where people vote for the party they want as opposed to having to vote against the party they don't want. That's the dream, That's why we need a complete overhaul in our election systems, why we need mixed member proportional representation, because part of the reason why people don't go out to vote is because they're not voting for anything. There's no one that they want to vote for. And so we need to have people, leaders in power that will, actually drive out the people to engage people to vote for the party they want. Because here's the breakdown from the last election. And again, because of the first past the post system, if you add up the Liberals at 10%, the NDP at 10%, and the other at 5%, that's 25%. Yet the Conservatives have a majority with only 18%. 57% of people did not vote. And this is the website. I'm going to toss it into the sandbox again. For people in Ontario, share this with people. For people to vote strategically. There we go. But here's another dire warning of the situation that we're in. Something that, a video that I clipped or I saw just before I went live and is making me feel sick. And if Donald Trump knew how parliamentary systems worked, he'd probably want to switch over. This is from Richard Southern of City News.
And then as a follow-up, will this be your last provincial election?
Boy, you're asking a question. Man, I want to be premier forever. You know, I want to beat out Hazel McCallion with a number of years. God bless Hazel. And she's looking down on us, and I can tell you Hazel McCallion is cheering for us. I guarantee it, 1,000%.
And then as a follow-up, will this be your last?
That's disturbing. And the thing is that it's possible. There's nothing restricting numbers like terms in office for a premier or even a prime minister. They can be in the position of power so long as the party and the people vote for them. There's no limitations as to how long they can be prime minister or premier. None. Which is so disturbing. And he's mentioning Hazel McCallion. I forget. She was mayor of Mississauga for a record number of years. McCallion. No. There we go. So she was mayor for 36 years. And that's what he's wanting to be, is a premier for longer than that. Disturbing. That is very, very disturbing. I'll quickly go to the sandbox because there's still more news that I want to get to that's not about the provincial election. It's just, I know I'm going to be like completely toast after the election, and I'm going to be unplugging for a few days. I'm just seeing what I wanted to do. Is it this one first? No, it's the other one first. Sorry, I'm just looking at my docket to make sure I have it in the right order. Okay, so it's not this one that I want to do next. It's no, where is it? Ah, so many tabs. Ah, this one. Okay. So, quickly check the sandbox. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, What We Do in the Shadows. Yes, I just saw the first 2 episodes of that, and so I'll give it longer. Like, it seems okay. It's light, at least. So, and I believe it's all Canadian, filmed in Toronto, Canadian actors, all that sort of stuff. It has a very Canadian vibe to it. Seth Evans, damn, imagine publicly admitting something so embarrassing. Not too sure what you're talking about. Yes, Seek the Beast. Tomorrow is the election here in Ontario, and I'm not feeling well. Tomorrow from the 5, who will be joining me tomorrow, says, "Oh dear Lord, this is beyond comical. A Polyev person joining Team Bonnie." Yeah. Bozed, it's not ABBA, Waterloo. It's not, no, it's a different. There's Europe named cities all through Ontario. There's Paris, London, Fergus, Waterloo, Cambridge. There's a few others that are like, yeah, that's a very European sounding area. Kitchener used to be named Berlin, but for some reason, back in like the 1900s, earlier 1900s, there was a bit of a name change for some reason, and they changed it to Kitchener from Berlin for some reason. Seek the Beast, I really wanted Mike to win. It'd be a nice change. It'd be a nice change, but unfortunately, we don't vote for an individual. And hello, Soul Life and B-Cat and So many other people that have jumped in. Death of Felipe Augusta. Oh, it looks like it will be a stressful episode. Yeah. Going to need lots of people hanging out in the sandbox with me tomorrow. Which is a bit, I know it's a bit of a stretch because it's also Leftist Mafia and Power Report that are on at the same time. But, you know, if you're going to skip them one time, that's the time. Just so I have the moral support in my stream. Seek to peace? What? All those people didn't vote? Yeah. Yeah. 57% of people stayed home in the last provincial election. Which is why I said I'm worried that this election will be under 40% turnout. Eliminate, no, Eli E. Min T. Said that wrong. This is the first time I'm voting NDP only because they are winning in my riding, not because they are the best party and I'm a staunch NDP voter. I think you mean first time you're not voting NDP? No? I'm a staunch NDP. Okay. I know what you mean though about I've been seeing a lot of people on social media saying that they're voting for a party for the first time, even though they generally speaking vote for another party because they see where the trend's going. There's been a lot of that. I'm fortunate as in, you know, it's an NDP riding here. I'd like to see the Greens get more seats, but, you know, the NDP is a good alternative to that. Ooh, okay, jumped, and there's lots of comments in the sandbox. Jet, unplug all you need, well deserved. But finish your TYT video first, Sandy. I need to unplug first for a few days and then get back working to the TYT video. But right now, everything has been distracted with, you know, provincial election. Check out Rachel Atwood saying, check out New Zealand, What You Do in the Shadows movie. Oh, there's a movie? Cool. Meridian Prime, when this election is finished, I'll be turning my attention to the Liberal leaders election next month. Yeah, there was a couple Liberal leaders debates. I'm not too interested in that. I'd like to see Karina Gould win. I don't know, like apparently she did well in the last debate and stuff. Of all the Liberal candidates, I think she'd be the best. Primarily because she said, you know, she actually acknowledged they didn't listen to their supporters. But it's not just that. Even well before there was a leadership race called, I remember seeing her speaking in Parliament, thinking she'd be a good leader. Young, but the way she presented, all that sort of stuff, I was thinking she'd make a good leader for the Liberal Party. And this was a long time ago. I was calling that. So I'd like to see her win, but I'm not too concerned about the Liberal leadership race. I'm just concerned about the outcome, although I am going to be pointing out a couple things in this next little docket about the leadership races. But yeah, basically, I want, after the provincial election, a few days to unwind, then get working on the TYT video to get that done so that I can then focus on everything federal. Because the idea was I would be done the TYT video by now so I could just focus on the provincial election, but it's taken too long to finish the TYT video because there's so much stuff to put into it and they keep talking. They just keep talking, Jake and Anna. They keep on doing things that are too relevant for the video. And I've now finally conceded it has to be more than one video because it's going to be too long to be in one video. So what I'm going to do is probably screen them like on a Saturday and a Sunday. And then I'll have a live stream right after they premiere where it's a talk back about it. Ideally, I'd love to have somebody on the show with me to talk about it as well. But we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, I just have to break it into 2 and not 3. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Soul Life kid in Texas just passed away from measles. Religious private schools without vax requirements. Meridian Prime, another European city sounding name. Guelph, yeah. And there's a lot of little townships around here too that also very European sounding names. I'm brain farting on one that's near me right now. Elmira. Yeah, that sounds pretty European too. St. Mary's, Braden or something like that. Oh, right. That just reminded me. For my book, I have a character's name in there. I'm not sure I'm spelling the character's name right. In my head, I know how it sounds. I don't know if that's how it reads. So please, in the sandbox, everyone tell me, how do you spell Brody? Not Brody. The character told me his name is Brody. How do you spell that? Because I can still make that change before it goes into print. Because I'm hoping to get that in paperback soon. But how do you spell Brody? Not Brody. Brody. Eliminati says, oh no, I voted NDP all the time. It's just that the NDP ticked me off. But since they are winning in my riding, I can't vote green. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I have my issues with the NDP as somebody who has tried to run for the party. Soul Life, yep, the vax rate is below 95%. They need to prevent outbreak. The rate of vaccination for kids in this area too has just plummeted. Plummeted since COVID. Like, where's the logic? Oh, all those anti-vaxxers and stuff. Bad Lefty, poor evil Ben Shabibo will never know there is no greater pleasure than giving your partner... Okay, you're getting kind of dirty. I did a TYT Rebel HQ video about that, actually. A couple about him. There was one about space lesbians I did for TYT Rebel HQ. Looney Tunes 9000 we saw on this one on the serves today, Sandy. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, and there's probably going to be snippets of that also now added to my video. They need to just not. They need to go on a sabbatical until I'm done my video. Those two, Jake and Anna. So Bozed said Brody. That is how I spelt it. Okay, so we're having a couple options there. Bad Lefty, Brawdy. No idea, never heard the name before. Nah, neither did I, but that's what the character said. Then there's a few people with Braudie. Yeah. Yeah, because Bozed, I have your spelling there, the Brody, Brody. But I'm seeing some other alternatives. I could see people figuring it out the most from the Brawdy as Brody. Bad Lefty, I heard the first couple of words and thought, no, Sandy. Not entirely sure, talking about the TYT video or something. Meridian Prime says Brodie was listed in Names Encyclopedia. Huh. Hello, Gunstoke the Cybertornian. Hi, everyone. Still alive, but still vigilant in Los Angeles. Yeah. Okay, well, you can also... I don't know how to do a poll, but I'm trying to figure out how to spell a character's name. The name is Brody, not Brody. Brody. That's how it is in my head. The spelling I have is what Bozy has as Brody, but I'm seeing some other possibilities in here. Oh, Bad Lefty talking about the chat from Ben Shapiro. Brody. Soul Life says Brody the same way as Bozedemy. Bozy? Brody. Well, I'm going to be doing like reads of my book for my patrons who are at Jack and Box tier once all of this is done. Once the TYT video is done, I want to focus on getting the chapters read out, and I have to start over because I already have the first chapter done, which is available on my channel for people to watch, where I do a story performance reading of it. But since I've made some changes and stuff, not big changes, but you know, enough. And I made those changes so that I can serialize the story. So I figure at this point, it's best for me to just redo it all, you know, start over. And then they'll be available for Jack in the Box tier patrons. I tried uploading a video to that tier and it just would not let me. So I think what I'm going to have to do is make an unlisted playlist on YouTube of all the different chapters and then just link it to the Jack in the Box tier people. The only problem with that is that if I have to redo a chapter, I can't change the order, and I want them to be in the proper order. And I don't want to wait until I'm done all of them before posting them. I want to start posting them as I get them done type thing. But yeah, let's see. Oh, we have a Brody with a Braughdy. Brody. It's very European sounding. Oh my gosh, now I'm so conflicted about his name. I need to write these down too so that I can actually remember them. So let's see. We have my spelling. So then there's also Brawdy, Braughdy. And then there was another one that I was seeing. Yeah. Broadie. Yeah, okay. Brody. Yeah, Brody. Not Brody. Brody is his name. Huh. There's another one. Aughdy. Is that? Oh, that's that one. Okay. Huh. Death of Felipe Augusta, serialize. Make more than one. It's going to be a continued story from where it leaves off, but also stories leading up to the current time period of my book. I'm getting too distracted with this now because I think all of you know I could spend the next 3 hours just talking about my book in ways that won't spoil it. Bozed, they all look like Brody to me too. Yeah, like that's the thing. My name is spelled Sandee. There's also Sandy and Sandie. They all say Sandy. But it is Brody. They come up with very interesting names for themselves. I talk like a real writer when I do things like that. And it wouldn't be that... He's a very teeny tiny minor character in this book, but he's going to be coming back in a much bigger way in the future series. Bad Lefty, that's Loon's evil plan for 6-hour stream, Sandy. Yeah. Ask Letterhack. Yeah, Letterhack would probably have a good idea. Who's talking resignation? Ah, So many things going on in there. But yes, the character's name is Brody, and I have it Brody, but let's also, okay. People put a 1 in the chat if you think it could be spelled Brody. If that's at least one of the possible spellings you think it could be. But I might change it. I do like some of those other ones. So we'll see. Okay, but while I'm waiting for results on that, let's get back to this. This is a smaller part of my docket. And then there's another docket that's a little bit longer. Speaking of the federal election, so a couple of the people running to be the leader of the federal Liberal Party, there is Mark Carney, who is not currently a politician. He's a banker. And Chrystia Freeland, who is currently a politician. Now, Mark Carney, if he were to be elected as the leader of the Liberal Party, he would technically be prime minister without actually having a seat in the House. It's confusing, I know, but think back to Jagmeet Singh. When he became the leader of the NDP, he did not have a seat. And so it restricts what you can do. So if you can't partake in like question period, you can't vote, you can't challenge, the other parties on the House floor, that sort of thing. You don't have privy to a lot of information, access, that sort of thing. So it really limits what you can do. And then it is very much expected that if it's not an election season, like it wasn't for Jagmeet Singh when he became leader, a by-election suddenly happened in a safe NDP riding that he was parachuted into. So in BC, a riding just happened to open up. That was a strong NDP hold. And so there would be a by-election, but in this case, Mark Carney would be running for a seat. Like there's no way. If he became the leader, he would be prime minister, but he would absolutely have to run for a seat. And if he did not win the seat at the end of it, then that would probably call his leadership into question. Plus, if the Liberals lose horribly, that would also call his leadership into question. So those are, that's a possibility. I don't like Mark Carney. I don't like him. I get a bad vibe from him. He's a banker, for one thing. And in his campaign launch speech, he also said the line, "We've moved too far to the left." He's one of those. But also, remember what I was saying earlier about Doug Ford talking about himself in the third person, how that's weird, and how Donald Trump also does the same thing. And there was even a clip of Doug Ford saying, "Hey, stop beating the goddamn wire." No, don't. He's looking at the tinfoil that I wrapped the wire in like, oh, is this just the packaging now? Just a second. Go. I even put a bitter spray on it, but it's almost like he's like, ooh, bitter cherry tasting tinfoil now. Yum. Anyway, back to this. So there's a clip of Doug Ford earlier referring to himself in the third person. Donald Trump does this a lot. I had my little spiel about how problematic it would be if I start referring to myself in my head in the third person and what that means for my mental state. There is something about a certain kind of narcissist that they seem to do that. So, speaking of narcissists, Mark Carney tweeted out tagging himself. Mark Carney knows how to do it. And so he has this little meme image here. So, we are masters of our own house, and I know how we can control our economic destiny, Mark Carney. And Mark Carney says Mark Carney knows how to do it. You see this here, this red? Now I want you to fill in all of these print here with that red. And then it'd be like a solid red flag. To me, that's what this is. Massive red flag. Because only narcissists talk about themselves that way. That's what Sandy would say. And this isn't the only one that he has tagged himself in. Like, I don't see why it would be necessary. Like maybe he just totally does not understand Twitter, but you don't need to tag yourself. But he seems to understand it enough. I don't know if you can see it. He put a period there. And that's actually, I had to learn that. So I don't know why you would tag yourself, because anyone who's searching your name would come across the tweet. And he could have said, I know how to do it. And anyone searching Mark Carney would find it. So I don't know why he tagged himself, which doesn't make any sense. But he does understand Twitter enough to put the period there. Now, the reason why you put the period there, if I'm going to tweet out, let's say to Sam Cedar, pick up my call today, and I just put at Sam Cedar, the only people that will initially see that tweet are people who follow both me and Sam Cedar. That's the way that it works. So if I do a tag without that, if there's nothing in front of the tag, only people that follow both your account and the account you're tagging will see that tweet. So if you put a period in front of it, it goes out into your general feed like any other tweet you would normally send out. So he knows enough to do that, because then only people who follow him and him would see that tweet. Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand it at all. But also, speaking of conservatives running for Liberal Party stuff, apparently one of the leadership candidates has been kicked out of the race. So Ruby Dalla kicked out of Liberal leadership race after extremely serious violations. Party committee finds Dalla made 10 violation of contest rules, while she said Sunday she filed an appeal. Liberal Party of Canada committee voted unanimously on Friday to disqualify former MP Ruby Dalla from the race to be the next leader. Azam Ishmael, the party's national director, said in a statement that the Liberal Leadership Vote Committee determined that she made 10 violations, including some involving the party's leadership and expense rules. Abernathy's in the room again, and I get very suspicious when I'm not keeping my eyes on him. Let's see. There was something more specific that I wanted to say from here. The statement goes on to say that the party is concerned Dalla may have violated Canada's Election Act, as well as certain other election finance matters, non-disclosure of material facts, and inaccurate financing reporting. This woman is a conservative. Like a flat-out conservative. To the point some people think she is a plant. Sorry. Just got a cat hair in my throat. And the thing that I find funny about her too, there was a meme going around recently about conservative makeup. Yeah, she nails it. Yeah, there's a meme going around about how conservative, like Republican women wear makeup. And this is like, nailed it. Definitely nailed that look. So that's the dead giveaway. She's a conservative. But also other things that she has said and stated and stuff. Like, she's just a flat out conservative trying to run for leadership. She never stood a chance anyway. Let's see. So here's somebody just tweeting out, I'm supposed to support a woman who said that immigrants should be deported, and she's female Trump supporter. She's a woman. Next, I'm supposed to support axe murderers if they're women. Not how it works, lady. No room for negativity. I got no room for nonsense. And she's replying to Ruby, who said 5.3 million have engaged in the last 96 hours only fighting for democracy and free speech. We signed up over 100,000 members, donors, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't add up to a sideshow. And then the woman who had quote tweeter says, I've seen you around town and met you. I thought you were a successful woman doing philanthropy. This stunt is ridiculous. You are not active in the party. You don't represent liberal values. And I strongly question your motives, not to mention the deportation bullshit. Yeah. Appeal denied. So she's not the first one to be disqualified from running for the party. Another candidate was disqualified, and he also had the same, I've raised so much money, I've had signatures, I've signed up this many people, blah, 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 blah. No. No. There's just certain people who are not going to make it. And they probably should have done a better job of vetting them before they became candidates. I'm just saying. But speaking of other federal stuff, Yves, I don't know if that's how you say the name, Yves Engler. We're going to get more into him in a bit, but he's a reporter. And he decided to ask Jagmeet Singh a very, concerning question. So as U.S. President threatens to annex Canada, Ottawa is paying for a U.S. arms giants for $20 billion for fighter jets. So Canada military can better assist U.S. empire. Today, the Jagmeet Singh refused to answer if he considered canceling Lockheed Martin's F-35 contract as part of a plan to tackle hardline with Trump. Every overseas conflict that is happening that the United States is in, so is Canada. And so we're just buying their planes to go help them in those overseas conflicts. But let's see how Jagmeet answers this, I think, reasonable question.
We're obviously in this conflict with Donald Trump. Canada's planning on spending $20 billion more on Lockheed Martin, U.S. giant Lockheed Martin's F-35 fighter jet. As part of your negotiation with Trump, would you cancel that contract, not give a bunch of money, Canadian money, to a U.S. military-industrial complex company?
My overall approach to Trump is...
And then he speaks very quietly. Let me just bump this up.
Can't please Trump. So we should be trying to jump through...
A complex company.
My overall approach to Trump is you can't please Trump. So we should be trying to jump through hoops for him. We've got to fight back. He is changing the goalposts on a regular basis, clearly not someone we can negotiate with. With a bully, you have to show force, you have to show strength, and you have to fight back. So that's what we have to do. But secondly, in general, what we need to do as a country is we need to become more resilient. Our economy has been too reliant, too dependent on the United States. We were good neighbors, we believe in being good neighbors, but it's hard to do that when your partner turns around and then breaks that agreement, breaks that trust. So now what we need to do is build a more resilient Canada where we build more of what we need in our own country. We need an economy that is more diversified in terms of where we sell our products, so we can't be so reliant.
Okay, I don't think we need to finish the rest of this. In other words, he doesn't answer the question. He doesn't bother to answer that very reasonable question. With all the things that are going on with the United States and Canada right now, should we be spending billions of dollars buying weapons from them or fighter jets for our military from the United States? Is that reasonable to do to basically what is now a hostile country towards Canada? Jagmeet Singh should have stepped down a long time ago, but the NDP has a really hard time of letting go of leaders if they've done nothing wrong. But a lot of these ones that have done nothing wrong haven't done anything right either. But so long as they haven't done anything blaringly wrong, they tend to keep the candidates on way longer than they're supposed to. Like Andrea Horwath here in Ontario ran as NDP leader 4 or 5 times. No. The Conservatives are very good at, you don't show results, you get kicked out right away. And it'd be one thing if you didn't win, but you showed an improvement, like a significant improvement in turnout and votes and stuff of that sort. Then I could see holding on to that candidate. If you could actually see the energy being built, if they won, a certain percentage more of seats. But right now, Jagmeet is like, oh no, I'm still the right person for this job. When we are seeing the polling, which again I don't like, plummet for the NDP right now. He's not the one. He is not the one that will help the party, and it's just so sad that it's gotten to this point because, as I've said before, I've met him back when I was trying to run as candidate. He's a great guy. He definitely has an aura about him that you could see, like, wow, this could be a good leader. He doesn't know how to play the political game, though. He just doesn't. And he's changed a lot since that time. He's not the same person he was way back then. So, yeah, it was time for him to step aside a long time ago. And if they had gotten a far more energetic person as leader right now, the polls would be looking a lot different. And I'm kind of really mad at them for that. The NDP isn't the party it used to be. And if it was, then there'd be no question where they'd be when it comes to the people right now. Okay, so I have one more docket to go through that's not as long as the first one, not as short as the second one. But first, check the sandbox. So I'm getting a lot of ones with the Brody, B-R-O-A-D-Y, the original spelling that I had. So I might just leave it at that. By lefty, Carney resided over austerity in the UK under the Tory government while he was ahead of the Bank of England, like the Federal Reserve, a central bank. Yeah, he's a lot of his things sound very conservative. Cut social spending, all that sort of stuff. Just Bad lefty. Lefty would never talk like that. Oops. Just the people chatting in there. Chrystia Freeland has a lot of issues too. Not an ideal leader. Because it's not just the fact that she has said things like, you know, people need to save money. They should maybe just, you know, think about canceling their Disney Plus. Or how heartbroken she was driving past all the people waiting at a food bank. But then there's also the fact that, again, you're not responsible for what your family does, especially grandparents and stuff. She hasn't exactly denounced the fact that they were part of the Nazi party either. And I don't know exactly. There's mentions about her ties to the current Nazi Ukraine faction, but I don't know enough about that, so I don't want to comment on that. But I do know about her grandfather being part of the Nazi party and that she's never really denounced that and stuff. Just she's not an ideal leader. Let's see. Okay, people talking amongst themselves in the sandbox. That's good. Appreciate it. It helps. You know, engagement helps. Meridian Prime, Singh should have pushed back more on the CDB promise. Absolutely. I have Mike Morris. I don't know if you know, but I have Mike Morris from the Green Party, federal level, on my channel to talk about that issue specifically because he was one of the people who was pushing for that bill, the Canada Disability Benefit. And he basically said that what we got was a big slap in the face. So check out my interview with him. It's on the playlist Interview and Essays. So I have it on the home tab, that playlist, so you should be able to find it easily. It wasn't from terribly long ago. But yeah, feel free to check that out. Minty, NDP should go back to the socialist roots. Yeah, I've read some of the promotional material they had back then. I'm like, oh my God, what happened to this party? What happened? Because if you look at how well Claudia Sheinbaum is doing in Mexico with her populist left-wing things, and her approval rating has just skyrocketed. We could have that here. We could so have that here. There's such a desire and a want, and that would energize people to get out and get involved in like such a big way. Looney Tunes 9000 says people should buy my book, and you absolutely should. You can get the e-copy now. I'm hoping to get the paperback out soon. Well, it has to be out before my TYT video. And when you watch my TYT video, you'll understand why. Tomorrow on the 5, I love that your Doug Ford video is in the description of today's MR live stream. You're in the big leads now, kid. Yeah, I've had my channel in their things before. And they've clipped my segments plenty of time with my stuff underneath my channel. And then sometimes I completely forget to plug my channel in the clips that they have of me. I just say Sandy from Ontario and completely forget to mention Left of the Box. Yeah, I really appreciated that. I wasn't able to get through on the phones, but he did read one of my IMs about the video. Last time I checked, it had 3 extra views from it. But that was like right afterwards, so it might be up more from that. I don't know. But yeah, it was nice that he did read out that tweet, and both him and Matt Lex seemed to like the title of it. I thought it was a pretty cool title myself too. Ontario has 99 problems and Doug Ford is all of them. Occasionally, I like totally nail a title. Like when the interview between Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre, I had Jordan and Peter sitting in a tree, FIBBING. And that live stream got over 1,000 views. Hello, Carrie Woods. I heard your chat on Majority Report. I love that title. Yeah. Everyone check out the video and share it. If you know anyone in Ontario, share it. Just share it on your medias. Help it get out there. It's not doing well in the algorithms compared to a lot of my other Doug Ford videos. Cleo Say Pigeon. Gold also mentioned holding provinces accountable about health spending. Yeah. No, I have a good feeling about Korean and gold. I have for, like I said, as being a Liberal leader. I still don't know if I would vote Liberals, but if it would be, honestly, if it was between her and Jagmeet Singh, I'd probably vote for her. I get a good feel from her, that's all. I don't know. Just some of the comments that she says and stuff. I think because she needs to let people know that it's not going to be the same Liberal Party, and I think she would. Like, if any candidate gets in, they have to basically, in order to win, say that they're not going to be the same Liberal Party as it was before, whereas Christia and Mark have both kind of said things along the line like, we're going to maintain status quo type thing. And Cleo, I'm sorry, I'll just do this. That's how bad it is. I have the graphic on ready. Karina Gohl also mentioned basic income during the debates. Yep, she has mentioned more about it. I have seen people push back against her and be like, oh, but she voted against it. Yeah, that's because the party did. Like, you have to vote within party lines. It's frustrating. That's how it works, but that's how it works. Because if you vote against the party lines, then you're most likely going to get kicked out of the party. So yeah, she did vote against some things with the basic income, the bill that the NDP had put forward, but that's because that was what the Liberals wanted. But if she were to propose one as leader of the Liberal parties, then there's a better chance it would get through. It'd be means tested and milquetoast because it is Liberal still. It's a start. I'm fine with starts at this point. Jet Left of the Box. That was a fantastic title for the stream, to be fair. It was a good title. The FIBBING. I did my Word Hippo. Word Hippo is a website I've been relying on heavily for just seeking words. It's fantastic for seeking synonyms and just other things and stuff. And I was thinking, like, I wanted that, but I didn't want the KISSING because that's not what I saw, and I didn't want to go into that territory with them either. So I was like, what's another word that I could use that has the same ring to it? And then when I saw that one, I'm like, oh my God, nailed it. Nailed it. And then that one got over 1,000 views. So, hey. Tomorrow from the 5, I assume you saw this, but they also clipped our calls about Sarah Jama way back when we did join. Yeah. I saw that too. Tomorrow from the 5, who will be on my channel tomorrow night to talk about the live streams. That will be on the live streams to talk about the election. And Tomorrow from the 5 was on my live stream previously to talk about Sarah Jama and the fact that we were clipped together on Majority Report. Cleo's say pigeon. Yeah, I'll settle for starts, just no Timbit. Yeah. It's like, I'm glad that there's a milk-toasted dental plan for seniors and things of that sort. It needs to be everyone. Like, that's the thing. It needs to be everyone. It needs to be socialized dental care across the board. A couple medications were put into universal pharmacare, like 2 diabetes and birth control. That's great for the people that need them. It needs to be universal. No doubt about it. But I'm glad that some people have benefit from it. At least I know my mom has benefited from the dental one. Oh, if anyone is curious, is celosia. Wow, was I ever saying that wrong? Celosia pigeon. Celosia pigeon. See, I'm the dyslexia is going in there. I'm seeing a Cleopatra when I just glance over it. That's the problem. Celosia. I'm sorry, I probably won't be able to remember that either. So Celosia pigeon. Okay. And I'm probably still saying it wrong. Anyway, why don't we just get back to this because I want to get this done. So, and speaking about things Palestine, we have a lot of Zionists in this country. I have featured this mayor before because he is one of the most Zionistic mayors in the country. He is not the most Zionist politician by far because there's Anthony Horsefarter for that. But as far as mayors go, this one's really bad. So Mayor Jeremy Levy, and what little town is he in charge of? Town of Hampstead. Is kind of making a name for himself as a Zionist. But here he is, I want to say subtweeting because he didn't actually tag her or quote tweet her directly. Heather McPherson, NDP MP, who has been very good on this subject. We are witnessing an alarming escalation in the West Bank. The government of Canada must condemn ethnic cleansing and attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank. Canada must recognize the state of Palestine now. Peace will only come with an end to the occupation and two-state solution. So she's been very outspoken on this. It's good. Her and a few others have been. Now I just say, as a mayor, he should have quote tweeted her directly, had the gall to do that. I know I don't necessarily quote tweet some of the people I'm talking about because I'm a teeny tiny channel and I don't need the harassment leveled at me. But if you're that confident as a mayor, you should be quote tweeting her directly. Come on. And so Mayor Jeremy Levy says, wrong. There's nothing alarming. There's no Palestine. Peace will only come once all the terrorists are dead. And you know, by terrorists, he just means all Palestinians, because as far as he's concerned, all Palestinians are terrorists. All hope for a two-state solution was lost on October 7th. It really is that simple. Horrible piece of shit. And he doesn't get into trouble for this, you know? Like, that's the thing. You can promote genocide and there be no issue with it if the genocide is happening in Gaza. Let's see if I back up one. Nope. Because it was on somebody else's thing. Anyway, yeah, no, just horrible piece of trash there. But again, I am so disconcerted with what Zionists are allowed to get away with. is absolutely disturbing. Considering, so I just showed you Yves Engler, I think, questioning Jagmeet Singh. He's a journalist. So Canadian writer activist Yves Engler is spending another night locked up as a political prisoner in the Bordeaux jail in Montreal for the crime of tweeting against Zionism. Here he is before his arrest. Let's take a listen. I haven't actually listened to what he said yet.
Own domestic laws. I mean, the reality is, if we had a minimally functioning political system, the police would be investigating all these former Israeli soldiers, these Canadians who go fought in Gaza. When they come back, they'd be investigating for our. We have laws on the books about war crimes, right? Those have been pursued. The police should be investigating Canadians fighting in killing in Gaza, committing war crimes. If we live in a minimally functioning system, the police would be investigating whether the Canadian government's defying the arms trade treaty and our own domestic laws in allowing weapons to be sent to Israel. They would be investigating that. They'd be investigating all these registered charities that are violating CRA rules in supporting the Israeli military, in supporting West Bank settlement organizations, and supporting racist organizations in Israel. That's what we'd have in a minimally just world. Instead, we have the SPVM putting their services at the service of those promoting the horrors and the crimes of the Israeli state.
So we're supposed to have freedom of speech, like freedom of the press here in Canada. Yet somebody can tweet out in support of a genocide, which is actually against hate speech laws here in Canada. You're not supposed to be able to do that. But a journalist tweeting and vocally opposing Zionism gets arrested. Now, there are some updates to this, as in he was released. So, free speech win. After spending 5 days in jail, I was released without restrictions on my ability to discuss the charges brought against me. The judge effectively forced the Crown to drop its bid to muzzle me. Why did an author spend 5 days in jail to be allowed to write a book about charges brought against him for criticizing Israel and the police? Why was I initially charged for social media posts criticizing Israel? Why are the police claiming my writing about the case amounts to harassing them? The Crown should immediately drop all charges against me, apologize, and compensate me for my imprisonment. Absolutely. It is very disturbing that you can have that sort of thing happening here in Canada, where you get a whole bunch of like the Zionist lobbies of sorts. I forget the acronym here. We have an acronym one here that's similar to like APAC. Somebody in the sandbox probably knows what I'm talking about. That is like a massive Zionist group. And when you get them merging with the police, you get a lot of trouble. Because here the police, well, you're criticizing us, therefore you're harassing us. Like, who do the police think they are? TYT? We're allowed to criticize the police in this country. The press is allowed to do its job. He's not, going against the actual, we do have restrictions and freedom of speech. Nothing he has said or done goes against like the hate speech laws that we have here in Canada. He absolutely should not have been arrested in the first place. Yet it's the people who are fighting back against Zionism, against what the Israeli government is doing, that gets harassed by the police, that gets harassed and targeted, that loses out on jobs. All of that. You can see, and there's footage of it, and I've covered it plenty on my channel, when the students were protesting and had the encampments on campuses and stuff. How Zionists could go in and be verbally and physically abusive, and no charges went to them. One Zionist woman, pulled the hijab off a woman, and she was later had all the charges on her dropped because the woman wearing the hijab said from the river to the sea, and the judge is like, well, so that's reasonable for the Zionists to then think that she was under threat. So in essence, the woman wearing the hijab was instigating it by threatening her, by saying from the river to the sea. And all charges against that woman who assaulted her were dropped. Absolutely disgusting that this happens. But that's not all. Again, we're crossing into some dangerous territory here in Canada. Now, fortunately, we still do, for the most part, have a functional judiciary. So the judge here forced the Crown to drop its charges. We still do have a court system that is, generally speaking, functional. It's not perfect, not by a long shot. But, you know, if you compare it to the United States, leaps and bounds better. But this isn't the only thing that is threatening the speech these days. Like other ways that our speech is being limited and parts of it being taken away. So PitchBot here is a satire account that I recommend if you're still in the hostile fart sauna to go follow. It's a hilarious account and says, this hateful, dangerous list puts the target on the back of anyone who has committed war crimes. And so David here has tweeted out, I created a database containing profiles of 85 Canadians that have fought in the Israeli military. This is the largest such collection of names and stories in Canada by far. I'm super interested in this. Why don't I click on it? Oh. Somebody took down his website. So the website I built contains no intro page explaining the project, a list of all the soldiers, a profile page for each soldier, a link to important analysis article I wrote, and contact from where you can submit names I may have missed. Here's the analysis article I wrote, which we'll be touching on in just a moment. Notice our website, Find IDF Soldiers, is currently down. We didn't take it down and are working to get it restored. For now, check out the article, which is this article here. Just funny how that happened to that one particular website. Whereas there's so many right-wing websites out there that like target queer folks and other like pro-Palestinian people. Those can go up and target people. In fact, I remember seeing a truck driving around, was it Ottawa? That had basically hate speech on it, on the panels, about demonizing Muslims, treating them like they were all terrorists and having really profane message about all of them. But this is just releasing basically public information about Canadians that are going overseas to fight in a war, which I don't think you're supposed to be able to do. So meet 85 Canadians that have fought for Israel. So Canadians who have fought for another nation. Here's what our investigation into Canadians that have joined the Israeli military found. For the better part of the past century, some Jews in Canada have been traveling to Israel to fight alongside other Jewish Zionists from around the world. Throughout this time, the Israeli military has been credibly accused by and or before major international bodies of ethnic cleansing, war crimes. Okay, everyone who's watching my channel knows all this. So there is little existing research in Canada beyond one-offs, news articles about who the soldiers are and how they come to make the life choices they did. As such, I created a database of mini profiles for as many Canadians that have fought in the Israeli military at any point as I could find. The resulting project, Find IDF Soldiers, was published this month and offers the most comprehensive online public database of Canadians that have joined the Israeli military. This project defines Canadian as someone who is a Canadian citizen and or has lived in Canada for a significant amount of time and or currently lives in Canada. The level of detail for H85 profiles include varied based on what was publicly available, but the goal was to identify where each soldier was born, grew up, and what schools and institutions they attended when they joined the Israeli military, and why, if their participation was encouraged by family members and social networks, and what they did in the military, and what they had to say about it, and what they've done since. So this wasn't just about putting these people on blast. It was also trying to find out, how is this happening? What is the trend? What is leading people to do this in the first place? Is it outside influence? All of that sort of stuff. It wasn't just about like point and see, which a lot of the right-wing pages tend to do. But it was more an in-depth analysis as to why this occurs in the first place. Every profile-based entry entirely on information gathered through simple Google searches from news articles, social media profiles, newsletters, websites, public directories, and other sources. If you like to check these profiles in full name, well, we can't right now. The article draws upon research I conducted to create profiles that offers some of the trends I discovered to help provide a better understanding of the average Canadian and Israeli military member. So, I'm not going to read the rest of this extremely long, detailed article, as you can see. But there is some names there from the looks of it, so that will get into the details. So I'm going to do that thing where I Control-C it here, and I Control-V it there, and I say to people, now you can read it afterwards, knowing full well I'm doing my due diligence, okay? And also, thank you so much, Seek the Beast, for the $5 super chat. Is this your 10th super chat from the looks of it? Possible collaboration guest SandeeLovas. May I recommend Social Society with Brandon Clark? Just a thought, no pressure. I'm very open to collaborations with other leftists. Speaking of which, that's Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. The New Evangelicals will be joining me on Livestream to talk about the rise of Christo-fascism. I don't know who Brandon Clark is, so I can, so I don't know if somebody can send me information on that. You can always email LeftoftheBox at Gmail if they have a website or YouTube channel or something, and I can look into it. But I'm very, very open to collaborations. So this is not the end of the very sketchy pushback against press in this country. But again, we do have some checks in place, at least. So here we have RCMP caused serious interference with press freedom in 2020 Wet'suwet'en raid, review body fines. I actually know how to pronounce that because I studied it for other videos that I was doing way back when. Wet'suwet'en. Mounties formally apologized for breaching reporter Jerome Turner's charter rights. Oh my gosh, I should have had that ready for you guys. There's a documentary based on this that I saw a screening of. Oh my gosh, what's the name of it? Just a second, I'm going to try Googling it. It's free on YouTube. And some people might remember there was some famous footage from that documentary of the RCMP breaking down a door with an axe. Let's see if this works. Nope, nope. Let's see. There we go. That's one step in the right direction. There we go. There it is. And it sounds like my cat is totally getting into something he should not be getting into. There we go. Okay, I'm doing some like searching in live time in live time here. Okay, let's go back to this screen. So oh, just a second. My cat's definitely getting into something he shouldn't be in. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get down, down. What is with you, Lanier? Lanier is getting into the phase of like, well, Abernathy gets away with it, so I'm going to do it. Anyway, so this video here which I will click on and then share the link. And this one you guys might actually watch. It's a documentary on the Wet'suwet'en water and land defenders. And I saw a screening of this at a university. Very good, detailed. It's taken over 10 years for them to do this video. And this is the scene here that I'm talking about where the RCMP actually breaks down the door with an axe. And this was like on Democracy Now! And stuff.
Against Wet'suwet'en.
So two of the people in that room were the people, the journalists making the documentary, who were also arrested, which you're not allowed to do in Canada. So here, the RCMP caused serious interference with press freedom in 2020 Wet'suwet'en raid, review body fines. The RCMP seriously interfered with press freedoms, unreasonably blocked media access to arbitrarily detained a reporter during a 2020 raid on Wet'suwet'en-led blockades in northern British Columbia, the force's review body says. 5 years after the operation, Mountie formally apologized to complainant Ethan Cox, a senior editor and independent news outlet Ricochet Media, and Glikson reporter Jerome Turner for breaching Turner's charter rights. I welcome this apology. I think it's tremendous, says Cox, who praised the review finding as a precedent setting. I think it's a step in the right direction, but it has to be followed with action, and that action has to trickle down to officers in the front lines. So again, we still do have some checks here. Not that great, that it happened in the first place, but there are some checks. Signed by Staff Sergeant Major Kent McNeil, the force's February 19th letter of regret was welcome surprise for Turner, who accepted the apology on one condition. I accept it with the caveat that they don't do this to journalists ever again. It should go without saying, he said. The rebuke from the Civilian Review Complaints Commission adds to a list of racist or unconstitutional conducts by the RCMP Community Industry Response Group. Also, here is another article related to this. So judge finds RCMP breached charter rights during arrest at Wet'suwet'en pipeline. So the woman they arrested, Molly, her charges haven't been dropped, but the fact that it was proven that the RCMP violated her charter rights and were fucking racist in some of the things that they were saying and doing, could mean that when sentencing comes, if found guilty, it could serve for like a reduced sentence type thing. But the abuse process allegation, RCMP used excessive force while arresting the accused in November 2021, and that the group was treated unfairly while in custody. It asked the judge to stay the criminal contempt of court case to reduce the sentences based on the treatment by pleas. Taman said it would be inappropriate to stay court proceedings, but found that some of the accused Section 7 rights, life, liberty, and security of person were breached during the police raid. Just more information on that. And again, I will do the thing because I think it's important for people to follow up on this. And that way you can read both articles with that one link. There we go. Let's see what's this. And a little bit more on Indigenous news that I wanted to cover. Do the right thing. Grassy Narrows First Nation demands action on mercury pollution ahead of Ontario vote. I've covered this story plenty of times, the Grassy Narrows situation, where for a generation there's been mercury contamination in their water supply. also affecting their fish and things of that sort. Their primary, like one of the rivers where they get all their fish from, and it's one of their primary food sources. And the province and the federal government have been arguing over whose responsibility it is to clean it up after decades of doing nothing, of this mercury contamination from an old industry that just dumped barrels and barrels of it. And so Grassy Narrows are actually suing both the federal and provincial government over their inaction. And so this is just a continuation on that because I'm trying to keep up to date with this story. Judy De Silva says she can feel herself deteriorating. The elder grandmother and environmental health coordinator for I think you guys know why I'm highlighting that. There ain't nowhere in hell I'm ever going to be able to. Even though I find it's spelt out, they do it very phonically, but I can still be thrown off by it. Because if I'm reading this very phonically, I'm not going to do it very smoothly, but it'd be as sub p peas schwit o c wag ong. And I totally butchered that, I'm sure. So also known as Grassy Narrows First Nation, says she has been impacted by mercury poisoning for years. The contamination in her community dates back to the 1960s and 70s when the Drayton paper mill dumped about 9 tons of mercury into the English Wagabone river system. De Silva was among dozens of people outside Queen's Park on Tuesday to hold a vigil for people they say have died prematurely or have been harmed by mercury contamination. They want the provincial government to stop the mill from dumping toxins into the water and all industrial threats of pollution and compensate affected community members. Organizers invited progressive conservative leader Doug Ford to the vigil, but he was in Ottawa campaigning for Thursday's provincial election. You know, people's lives are literally on the line, but Doug Ford doesn't care. This is the 4th time Grassy Narrows community members have made the trip to Toronto to try and meet with Doug Ford in the last year. And this is the 4th time he has refused to meet with them, Grassy Narrows said in a news release Tuesday. CBC News has reached out to Ford for comment, but has not received a response by publication time. Why is Ford ignoring us? Why is he ignoring the community, Grassy Narrows? De Silva asks. For me, this is really, really hard to keep coming back here to call on Doug Ford to do the right thing for my community. Part of this is, it's a lot of distance to cover, to travel back and forth. And a lot of Indigenous folks live with poverty. And so this would be out of pocket for them to travel to Toronto to try to confront Doug Ford about this. An estimated 90% of Grassy Narrows population has symptoms of mercury poisoning, which cause issues including tremors, insomnia, memory loss, neuromuscular effects, headaches, and cognitive and motor dysfunctions. While fish are a staple part of the community diet, they're also one of the main ways the mercury contamination has been transmitted. A study released in the spring by London's University of Western Ontario suggests the contamination is being made worsening by ongoing industrial pollution. Since then, Grassy Narrows First Nation has ramped up lobbying efforts. For me, this is really, really hard to keep coming back here and calling on Doug Ford. Fewer than 1,000 people live in Grassy Narrows First Nation, located about 150 kilometers from Drayton, near the Ontario-Manitoba border. In 2017, the Ontario government committed $85 million to fund the mercury cleanup and remediation efforts in the river system. The same year, the federal government promised to build a mercury care home in Grassy Narrows, according to De Silva. Construction is expected to start in March. The work was previously anticipated to begin last summer and take 2 to 3 years to complete. Grassy Narrows Chief Sherry told vigil participants she's not impressed with how long it's taking both governments to act. I myself have a child who was born sick, my sister as well. Sherry said it's pretty sad that Drayton's mill is still open and they're still dumping whatever. Yeah. So now we get into a different topic, so I'm going to take a quick break. There's only a few more things to get to. Okay, 2 more things that require 4 tabs to get to. Huh. Letter hack, where's Toronto? And you exactly. It's the capital of Canada. Look it up. Let's see. Yay, Zeke the Beast, your super chat is a good bookmark as to where I am in the chat. Okay. Don't want to spend too much more time in the sandbox. Because I was hoping to be off by 8. So that I could tell everyone to go over to Boston Brian. And I still need to have, like, dinner. I can call the person Pigeon. That's a lot easier for me. Thank you. Okay, people not liking that mayor. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, isn't he friends with Dimitri Lascaris, or am I thinking someone else? Quite possibly. I think they kind of both fall into the same circles at least. Bad Lefty, 5 days. He's owed 5,000 in my opinion. Yeah, no, he absolutely should be compensated. No reason why he should have been arrested in the first place, because some of the police had their fees hurt. Let's see. We got some more people popping up in the sandbox. Welcome. Bad Lefty, if they fought for Hamas, you know they'd be locked up where they went back to Canada. Absolutely, they would be. You can go over there and fight with the Israeli army. In fact, there's a lot of training that goes on between our forces with the Israeli army, the IDF, and the military and police here. Lots of crossover training. But, you know, if anybody were to go over there and support Hamas, whoo, yeah, they're whoo. Bozed, new drinking game. Drink when Sandy says soldier. I'm not entirely sure I know what that means. Soldier. Let's see. Oh. People talking about some TV shows and movies from the looks of it. I'm going to unwind probably and watch more of What They Do in the Shadows when this is all over and eat dinner. Let's see. You see, this is probably very boring for you guys when I try to find a comment where I'm like, I know what this is about, and it's not part of like a conversation in there. Jet, like, what the fuck? Why is it so hard for people to get clean water? Especially in Canada, considering how much clean water we have. Like, we can make oil pipelines, but we can't make pipelines for clean water. The amount of Indigenous communities without clean water is absolutely reprehensible. Oh yeah, letter hack now that you're in the sandbox. I was asking the sandbox earlier about a character name, and they said that I should ask you specifically on how to spell it. Because I have a character in my book. That book. This book right here. There's a character in it. I'm not entirely sure I've spelled his name right. His name is Brody. Not Brody. Brody. And I have it spelled Brody. And I got a couple of other spellings in there, but I don't know why people are like, ask you, but you can toss your thoughts in there on how to spell Brody. And if you must ask, he is from New York. Oh, wait a sec. No. Chicago. Anyway, why don't we get through the last couple of things that we have right here? One's light-ish. One is good news, also with some really horrible news. So, covering media these days. Yay! Now, everyone's first thought on this is probably going to be wrong. Public pressure mounts as petition to strip Elon Musk's Canadian citizenship gains traction. A petition calling for the Canadian government to revoke Elon Musk's citizenship has gained traction with more than 170,000 signatures as of Monday morning. The online petition, hosted by House of Commons website, was launched by BC-based author something Reed and sponsored by NDP MP Charlie Angus, an outspoken critic of Musk. So you do need to have, for these to be official government petitions, which this is, you have to have a member, an MP, sign off on it, even though it's a civilian that initiates it. So you have to have an MP support you with it. The petition filed Thursday claims that Elon Musk has engaged in activities that go against the national interest of Canada. It accused tech billionaire of supporting U.S. policies that undermine Canada's sovereignty, with emphasis on his advisory role to U.S. President Donald Trump. Musk, born in South Africa, has Canadian citizen through his mother, who is from Regina. He also has U.S. and South African citizenships. Musk owns electric vehicle. We don't need to know. So, okay, so you get what's with this article. Now, most people are like, yeah, you should. Really? There is very specific criteria required in order to strip someone of their citizenship. And as much as we dislike Musk, I don't think he qualifies. And I'm not the only one. So Paul Champ, who is a lawyer, says this petition is terrible. Few Canadians like Musk nowadays, but citizenship isn't something that we revoke or take away because we don't like someone's political ideology or opinions, no matter how odious. Human rights are for everyone. And so somebody just pointing out, yes, we do revoke it based on terrorism and stuff like this and has this, but Paul points out, no, that's not the law. Harper government introduced those provisions and they were repealed in 2016. And those who lost citizenship for those reasons saw it restored. Now, a lot of people were probably jumping on this. Well, Musk should be. I want to backtrack to a story that I've covered on my channel plenty of times. And I don't have the articles here, so I'm just going to talk about it. A while ago, there was a very, very tragic accident here in Canada where a truck driver slammed into a bus with juvenile, like teenagers, hockey players, and over a dozen people were killed by this truck driver. And it was a very, very tragic accident. The truck driver took responsibility. He went to prison. It wasn't malice. It wasn't anything that he was trying to do. He felt horrible for it. Even some of the family members of the victims understood this was just a horrible, tragic accident. He served his time and was deported. Do you think that was fair? that he was a Canadian citizen, an immigrant. But after serving his time, because some people didn't like him because of what happened, they basically revoked his citizenship and deported him. It's not like he was at a further risk. Like, it was a terrible accident. There is, again, very specific criteria in order for somebody's citizenship to be revoked. And if Elon Musk doesn't meet that qualification, then this shouldn't even be a petition. Plain and simple. We can't just start picking and choosing who we strip citizenship from and for why. Because who's next? Another immigrant that just does a tragic accident? Or is it going to be the protesters that are going to be at the pro-Palestinian protests at university campuses, where the conservative government, Pierre Poilievre, has threatened that if he gets into power, he will start deporting them if they're not, Canadian citizens. They might be here legally, but he'll start deporting them. And then maybe he will start deporting the ones that are immigrants and Canadian citizens too, because he doesn't like what they're saying. It's one of those things where we have to, it's a challenge, but we have to stick to our convictions sometimes. It's kind of like, there's lots of people we would love to see in prison for blank reason, but unless there's an actual credible court case that you can put against them, you can't just throw people in prison because we don't like them. There are rules, there is criteria. I think, does it actually say in here what it is? Let's see. So can Canada even revoke citizenship? According to the Ministry of Immigration and Citizenship, a Canadian citizenship may be revoked in certain circumstances, including if fraud is committed, an individual misrepresents themselves, or knowingly hides information on an immigration or citizenship application. Canadians can read more in the Citizenship Act, including the reason an individual can renounce their citizenship. So, he can renounce his citizenship, and I think Paul Champ kind of hopes he does. But we can't just revoke it, because a lot of these things, including if fraud is committed, an individual misrepresents themselves, they're talking about immigrating to Canada. It sounds like he already had the citizenship through his mother, being born Canadian. So it's one of those things. You have to balance. You can't just arbitrarily do these things because you don't like someone. Okay. And let's get to, I'll start with the bad and then the good, and they're on related topic. So, what happens in the States happens here. Corporate sponsors pull support from Pride Toronto amid DEI backlash. Pride Toronto says some of its major corporate sponsors have pulled support for this year's festival as the backlash towards diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives intensifies. So down in the States already, you're seeing this movement of corporations no longer willing to put on displays of Pride product. There's like in the calendar and Google calendars, they removed Pride Month as well as like Black History Month. All these organizations, all these corporations are kowtowing to Trump and Musk. And you're promoting DEI if you're just being an ally towards queer folks. If you're queer, then you're DEI by default. But if you're an ally to them and promote them, then you're also going to be in trouble. So you better not do that anymore. In an interview with City News Wednesday, in an interview with City News on Wednesday, Pride Toronto Executive Director Kojo said the festival is facing a $300,000 funding shortfall. And this is like one of the largest ones in the world, by the way, this Pride Parade. It's one of the largest ones in the world. Since the election in the U.S. and some of the executive orders that came out, we have received notice from a few of our sponsors that there is a shift in direction, and as a result, they will not be coming back as sponsors. Kojo explained. He says the operating cost of putting on the annual festival has increased drastically since COVID-19 pandemic, and they exceeded the funding received from sponsorships and government grants. Every loss, every time we lose a sponsor has a serious impact on us being able to continue to deliver both the quality and magnitude of the festival that we put on year after year. Kojo added, on the first day of Donald Trump's second term as president of the United States, he signed an executive order titled Ending Radical and Wasteful Government DEI Programs and Preferencing. The directive immediately terminated all policies and activities related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, including federal grants and contracts for companies with related programs. Since then, a string of U.S. tech giants, including Meta, Amazon, Google, have scrapped DEI initiatives. I'm not going to read... Oh, it's very short. Okay, I was about to say I'm not going to read the rest of this because my reading comprehension is about done, as it usually is at this time in a stream. But there's very little left, so I will go through this. So it is very unfortunate that rather than bring communities together, folks are taking the opportunity to divide the community. Kojo responded, but I think it's also important. It's also an opportunity for our elected folks in Canada to send a very strong message that diversity, equity, inclusion will be part of the agenda. Despite losing some sponsors, Pride Toronto says it will return this June and put on their annual festival. However, the funding shortfall has led to the organization to cut one of its main stages and signatures event on the Toronto Islands. In 2025, Pride Festival will now focus more heavily on local acts instead of international headliners, which was previously a big draw for foreign tourists. Kojo refused to name which corporations had pulled their sponsorships. I'd like to know which ones. He is holding on to the hope that those companies will one day return and figure out a way to work together. With or without the sponsors, we will continue, Kojo said. We need to have many returning sponsors, so I think we will survive the storm. I want to know who those sponsors were. Who are the chicken shit sponsors that didn't have the gall to stand up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk? And this is Canada, by the way. This isn't an American thing. This is Canada. And so companies are so afraid of Trump and Musk down in the States that they're not willing to promote things even outside of America because they're so afraid of what will happen, of the pushback. This is not an American event. What they choose to do should be their own damn business with events outside of America. The fact that's happening in America to begin with is pretty horrific, you know. But yeah. But a little bit of good news along this front. This was hate speech. Ontario drag performers win defamation case against blogger. I covered this way back when it first happened, because again, in Canada, we do not have free speech. We have freedom of expression. And so when this blogger was attacking this one Drag Time Story Hour, they sued him. They've won. A Thunder Bay drag performer who successfully sued a Facebook blogger for defamation over baseless accusations of pedophilia says she hopes the case serves as a cautionary tale to those who traffic in anti-LGBTQ+ slurs and hate speech. I want them to know that they need to be afraid to be bigots again because we're tired of it, said Felicia Kreitchen, one of the 3 drag performers who won their case against the administrator of a Thunder Bay Facebook page. Brian Webster was ordered to pay $380,000 in combined damages to drag performers in a Drayton, Ontario area LGBTQ+ nonprofit after a judge found the falsely and recklessly accused them of being groomers and posts about drag story time events at libraries in northwestern Ontario. Kreitchen said the ruling was a relief and a sign people who peddle in hate will not find impunity on social media. They seem to believe that there were glory days when they were allowed to believe this with absolutely no recourse. And I think that the only truth in that is that there's time with social media didn't connect us so quickly, and it wasn't easy to have a paper trail of everything you've said, she said. There are receipts now. I'm going to toss this in the sandbox. It's good news. So you can continue reading it because my reading comprehension is bottoming out. But I remember following this case, and this is one good side story about this, but as we see, it all depends on where you are, because in Alberta, they've had libraries shut down spaces for queer straight alliances for kids, that kids actually started, like teenagers started. There's restrictions on books. So in Alberta, it's definitely becoming a very hostile environment to queer folks. So it all depends. But again, we do still have some checks in this country. Our judiciary tends to be a lot more nonpartisan, and it tends to stick a lot closer to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for now. And here's hoping it stays that way, because generally speaking, like the Supreme Court in here rules in the correct way to protect people's rights. So we still have that here. So, but as I say, we're not safe here in Canada, but we're safer relative to the States. Anyway, with that, go and check the sandbox. See if letter hack Brody, he does Broudy. Okay, let me write that down. I have a few options here. Where's my pencil? Darn it, where did I put my pencil? Nope, that's not. Does this pen work? I hate using a mixture of pen and pencil and paper. Where's the pencil? You guys don't see it, but my desk is a mess. But I put it down there, so I imagine I put it on top. And it's not there. It's not under there. And I can't use the pen because I've already written out the first names in pencil. Letter hack, if you're still watching, can you just do me a huge favor and DM me that on Blue Sky so I can add it to the list? God damn it, where's my pencil? Did you eat it, Abernathy? I see Abernathy is in here. And he has the habit of taking my pencils. No, not there. I usually hook it into the rings there so that I know where it is. But it's entirely possible Abernathy also took it. So BROWY was what some people were saying. I think that's already on the list. BRO. No, it's not. Damn it. I have to write it on a different piece of paper then. Okay. I got a scrap piece of paper. I'll write them down with the pen. And BROWDY. So those are other options, but other people were also saying the way that I originally have it spelt seems right too, the BROADY for Brody. Is that one spelling that I have? I'm seeing another spelling. Is that one that I have on my list? BRAUD. Okay. I'll have to decide if I want to change it or not. But some people seem to think that BROADY is still how you would say Brody. I don't know why he picked that name, but he did, and it's annoying. I want characters to pick, like, easy to pronounce names. That's how you know I'm a writer. I don't name them, they name themselves. Actually, I have a book that you guys don't get to know about that I wrote a while back that I'm still trying to... I was hoping to get, like, officially published, but I have to do it under a pen name for my own safety. And in it, I had a character that I was hoping to use more in the book later on. But the scene I had this character in, he was such an asshole. I'm like, you just wrote yourself out of the rest of this book. Like, it was just like, you're not coming back after that. That's how it happens. That is how it happens. But as I'm going on my walks and I'm thinking about the stories that led up to this and the stories where it's going, my brain is just in overdrive, and I'm seeing such lovely conversations between the characters and things of that sort that I wish I could tell you about. Like, I think some of it's not too much in the way of spoilers, but you know, I don't know how much of a spoiler it would be, or like there's a really cute story. But then I would have to explain the mentor-kin relationship. Although if you watch the first chapter, you would understand that. The mentor-kin relationship between the vampires. You would know what that means. So then it wouldn't take too much explanation, because that's all revealed in the first chapter, which I have posted online. But I have to redo all the chapters because all the chapters. Chapter 1 and 7 are in the Halloween special, and then I finished chapter 2, but now I'm like, no, I need to redo all of them because of the little changes and stuff that I've made. But I'm hoping to have this available in paperback sometime soon. Let's see. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, are you doing fat shaming in there? I've actually deleted one of your comments because of that before. The sandbox is a fat shame-free zone. I don't care who the person is. Because I know there's also been incidences around Doug Ford and stuff. That's an absolute no-go for me. Bad Lefty, I see why they also use the name Grassy Narrows. That was quite the name there. Where's my pencil? It's bugging me. It is bugging me. I like the sound of pencil on paper better than pen on paper. Let's see. So next week, 10 a.m. on Tuesday, I'm stepping on the Letter Hack's toes. I'll be having the new Evangelicals on. So that should be a very interesting show. And again, they're Americans coming onto my show for the first time. Shh, no warning them. It's 2 of them. They should be able to get some of them right. But yeah, live coverage tomorrow of the Ontario election starting at 8 p.m. with Tomorrow from the 5. Also got a very nice shout out today from the Majority Report. Sam read one of my messages finally. I've been trying for months to get in because before it was about a different issue because I wanted to talk about the issue around passports and gender markers being as I'm personally affected by it. But it's tied into the Majority Report because I got my passport just a few years ago so that I could go down to the States to watch the Majority Report live. I went to their live show in Boston. And to do that, I needed a passport. And when I tried to apply for my passport, my birth certificate was too damaged to use. So I had to get a new birth certificate. So when I did that, I thought, well, now's a great opportunity to do it where I would just change my gender marker on my birth certificate so then it would match my passport. And so I had to do all this extra paperwork and stuff. And the place where the gender marker gets changed was in a different building than where the birth certificate was actually produced. So I had to make sure that like write on the letters like, this is in coordination with the other letter type thing, so that it'd be done properly. So now I have my birth certificate with my gender as X, my passport, my driver's license, all of that. And so I went through all these, like it was a lot of extra work, but I was so glad that it happened. So now that I have that with all the X genders on it, and that was in part because I went down to see the majority report. And it just seems very sad now that the thing that I was so happy about that I did so I could go down to see the show is now the thing that could prevent me from ever seeing a live show of theirs again. Because I seriously do not think I can travel to the States anymore with a passport with an X gender on it. Are you coming back up here? Are you coming back up here? You fuzzy hippo. Come on. Okay, we're allowed to fat shame this guy. Oh. Look at those paws making those muffins. Ugh. Looney Tunes 9000 says, revoke his Canadian and U.S. citizenship and take Elon back to South Africa. Do you still feel the same after the segment? Because, yeah, I think everyone's impulse with that would be like, yeah, no, revoke it. But it's like, it depends. It depends. Is there actual rules about it? Like, if there were rules about revoking somebody's citizenship and he met the criteria, then absolutely. But if it's not there, then we can't just make it up because we don't like him. The Wild West. Yes, it was the Humboldt bus crash where that happened. And the driver, who was an immigrant, was deported. Even though the families, like a lot of the families, I don't know if all the families, but some of them are like, don't. Like, you know, it was an accident. It's horrible and tragic and traumatic. But why are you punishing above and beyond what you would punish a Canadian citizen? And he was a Canadian citizen. He was an immigrant. He was a citizen, but they deported him. Hey, Bozed, be careful with that language there. I vote to deport Elon back to Canada. Don't you dare. Don't. We don't want him either. Let's face it, he didn't. Well, I guess he does. Him and Trump do want Canada, but I don't think they want to stay here. Let's see. Soul Life Chat GPT says Brody, none of which were autocorrect to capitalize the name. Well, my original spelling's in that, and I have the other ones written down. I don't know, I kind of like the one with the W, but it's a hassle to change it. I have to like re-upload the manuscript, and then it takes time. I was lucky, though, that I was able to update the cover because I accidentally put the new orange cover on without it, the one that wasn't so vibrant. And then I was worried that I wasn't allowed to change the cover on the Amazon thing yet because I tried to do that originally, and I was trying to change it to my name as author as well. And it said, nope, you have to make a new listing. So I was worried I would have to make a new listing. But I guess since I hadn't sold any of the ebooks since I posted the new listing, it let me change the cover. Although the cover was virtually the same. It just, I knew, and it bugged me, that I accidentally put the one up that wasn't as vibrant as what you see here in the title. No. There. Let's see. And besides, I don't care what ChatGPT says. The Wild West. Anyway, almost all the sponsors withdrew from Ottawa Pride last year because of their support for Palestine, and it was the best parade we ever had. Yeah, I've been to Toronto Pride a couple times. Actually, I went with the NDP and walked in the parade with them. That's one of the places I met Jagmeet Singh. Met him there and at the NDP convention. So Life, if we wondering if we've settled on a name. I have to think it over. I don't know if I've settled on spelling of the name yet. And good for Gabby. Brought tea. Chat, rumor says if you share Sandy's Doug Ford videos far and wide by tomorrow night, it brings you good luck. It'd be nice. Actually, I'm kind of curious if I did get a bump. If I got a majority report bump on it. Let's see. You guys aren't seeing what I am doing. View my channel. Not really. Unfortunately, not really. No. It's up to 263. So that's 50 views since the majority report. It's just my Doug Ford videos usually do a lot better than that, and it's disappointing. Like, I put my heart and soul and all this effort into it. Hey, would you stop? Abernathy took one of my hair clips off the counter. Oh, and is now playing with it. I'll get it in a moment. Yeah, like, I put a lot of work and energy into that video, and it's one of the things, like, I know it would probably be fairly compelling to a lot of people if they actually watch the video. But I was mentioning on Twitter that it's so frustrating because I see all this stuff going around on social media about how Doug Ford is horrible, and I think there's enough information there to actually sway people. But the problem is that the people who need to see it won't because of the algorithms. You know, we're not reaching the people who need to know more about how horrible Doug Ford is and his corruption. They're simply not going to see this. We're living in a multiverse when it comes to politics. Oh, right. I wanted to do that kind of last minute plea, but I don't know if I can. It's just because, you know, I live with disabilities, and all the parties except for the Conservatives have pledged to double ODSP rates. And if they did that, like, my life would be so much easier and better and less stressful. But it is, like, literally life-saving for a lot of people, because there are people who can't afford rent or food or groceries and certain medical devices and all that sort of stuff. Like, it is impossible to live on what we get on disability. And I scrape by because I get a little bit of money from this channel. I have a rental contract that goes back over a decade. Like, there's no way I could survive paying market rent right now on what we get from disability. But since, you know, my disability is due to my mental health, so much of my life, and it's not just people with mental health issues, it's anyone with any sort of disability. All of our life, we have to push back against a society that tells us we're useless, that there's no value to having us in the community, that we're feeders or something, I think is the term, that we're a burden to society, that we don't contribute. We hear this all the time from society, and we hear it from politicians like Doug Ford, like Justin Trudeau. He's also been pretty bad on that. And, you know, some of us who are fortunate, we have people in our lives who counter that narrative, but not everyone has those people in their lives to make themselves feel like they're valuable members of society. But, like, here's the chance for the population on a whole to tell people with disabilities that we matter, that our lives matter. And all it would take is for them to go out to the fucking polls tomorrow and vote. Any other party. And they have all pledged to raise our rates, which is life-saving for so many of us. So this is one of those opportunities, one of the moments where the people, the public, the people who claim to be allies can really pull together and show all the people who live with disabilities that they actually are our allies and that they do care. And that, maybe the other leaders have nothing to give them, but they understand how important this is for us. And they actually get out to the polls and vote. It's easy to vote in this country. You just need your driver's license. It doesn't matter if you have your voting card or not. But it is such a simple thing for people to do, to take that time out of their day to tell us that our lives matter. I'll make it the next 4 years. I'll scrape by. There are so many other people living with disabilities right now in Ontario who won't make it to the next election if Doug Ford is voted as premier yet again. And this is preventable. It is preventable. If we just had the people to actually, follow through with what they say when they say they're allies. This is the bare minimum, is to vote Doug out, to go out there and vote him out. It is doable. And it would show the millions of people in this province who live with disabilities that you actually do believe that we matter. I wish my channel had more power. I wish it had more sway so that I could get this message out to more people. Because I put my heart and soul into that Doug Ford video, and a couple hundred, a small fraction of that would be actually people from Ontario. And those people, they were already going to vote that way anyway. But yeah. It's one of those things. Just, this is where we need the people to come together to really let us know, because most people who live with disabilities, we know how it feels to be invisible. We can't go on strike. What are we going to go on strike from? Like, we are already invisible to society. How are we going to go on strike? We can't do that to get our message heard. A lot of people, because of their disabilities, can't go out to protest, can't be public, can't do all the things that a lot of able-bodied and minded people can do. This is the one thing that others can do to really, really show us that we're not invisible and that our lives matter. It's just to make sure we get any other government in than Doug Ford. Let's see. I jumped. I'm still seeing people with the Brody. I wish I could tell you more about his character. It's actually super interesting. Jet pencil grew legs and ran away. It's entirely possible. And those legs it grew were furry and belonged to Abernathy. Like, it's to the point now where I can hear them playing with something in the other room and know it's not something that they're supposed to be playing with. I know what their toys sound like. And so that's why I'm hearing him play with my little hair clip, and it doesn't sound like one of his springs, and I know it, and it's bugging me. And I know when they're playing with a pen or a pencil, I can hear it. And they also have now started to like my makeup sticks, like my eyeliner and stuff, because they kind of look at them like, if not toy, why crunch like toy? Oh, hello, John Martinez. It's been a while. As someone who's going to be working a full-time job again soon, I'm grateful to spend my American dollars at places that accept me being a dark-skinned Indigenous man. Oh, well, congratulations on the full-time job. Oh my God. Abernathy, leave the clip alone. It's bugging me. I can hear him. I don't want to go and run and get him. The other thing that he is horrible for. Let's see, I have one on my desk here that I had to pull away from him. Push pins that I use to keep things up like this, or my artwork. So I don't push it through the paper, but you know, you can push it at the bottom of the paper so it's like resting on the... Anyway, I have a lot of these push pins. That cat would literally crawl up the walls to pull them out, and he's actually damaged some of my prints trying to get them out of the wall. And then he would play with them, and then they'd be on the floor. And I was worried he would swallow one, and I was also worried about stepping on one. Oh. I haven't had a cat quite this destructive before. The way that he chews through wires and plays with things he's not supposed to. It's like, ah. Let's see. Right. John Martinez, by the way, I love the book. Why, thank you. I know you were one of the purchasers. This is the latest edition. It's on its new link. I did a... There aren't any edits that will change the plot or the outcome, but there are a lot of little edits that I did to it because I plan on serializing it. So this would help with the serialization. Plus I realized I made a couple mistakes and stuff. So, there are some changes that I made to this edition that's on its new link in the description box below. I'm really losing it with my speech. But I'm also hoping to have it available in paperback relatively soon. But I just wish I could talk to people about the book and where I'm planning on taking it and stuff. Abernathy, leave it alone. But yeah, I plan on serializing it, so picking it up where it left off, but also writing some stories that led up to where they were in that moment in time. And I'd be doing those in third person, not first person. I think I'll have an easier time writing in third person. This book was an experiment for me to write it in first person. But it's not only writing it in first person, it's writing it in first person from the perspective of a vampire. Oh, where did I go in the chat? It jumped. Whoa, my chat is doing something really... My sandbox is acting weird. Where was I? Letterhack has a website, how to pronounce Brody. B-R-O-D-D-Y. Okay. But I think people also said that B-R-O-A-D-Y is also how you would say Brody. Plus, I'll be reading all the chapters at some point for my Jack in the Box tier members story performance. And so I will pronounce it properly there. Okay, I think I'm starting to catch up to where I was. Oh, that's the Global News article I just put in. Okay. My sandbox is doing something really weird as I'm scrolling through it. Okay, there's where I was. But it's... Oh, there it is. The Wild West. Thank you so much for the super generous $20. With the lemon and the lime. You really seem to like those. They are really super cute. Thank you so much. Super appreciate it. Were you here when I said that if I got a $10 super chat, I would mention the KK cookies? From Doug Ford's daughter. It's late and my speech is not working right now. So I will probably have to save that for another live stream in the near future for people who are curious in Doug Ford's KKK cookies from his daughter. Well, it's KK Cookies. So it's KK and cookies spelled with a K. Well, it's Kai Kai, her name, but the acronym was KKK for her online bakery. Tomorrow from the 5, I couldn't do this for 4.5 hours. You have tremendous stamina, Sandy. You are truly election night ready. You know, when I started these, I always wanted them to be 2 hours, but now I think the bare minimum is 3. We won't be going 3 hours tomorrow night, probably. I'm going to need to decompress after that stream, that's for damn sure. I have gone over 6 hours by accident. But I'm super hoping to get this book out soon in paperback. I also have to get to bed set relatively early because I have something to do during the day tomorrow. I'll need my energy. Let's see. Oops. Okay, it looks like it wasn't just me who was having issues in the sandbox. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. But yeah. Oh gosh, it's already almost 10. I was hoping to go for a walk tonight because, you know, when I go for my walk is when I go into the universe of this book. And I love just exploring it and stuff. I have a pretty good idea where it's going to, but I need to figure out more of the filler stories from when Minuet, the main character, was born 1400 years ago. I have some of the stories, but I need more of the filler stories of the certain key points in time that led up to the book. And the closer it gets to the story of this book, I think there'd be more detailed or important stories to have. But where it's going to, super interesting. Tomorrow from the 5, that cookie story began a couple years ago. I haven't really checked for updates since, just because I didn't need to know how messed up the Ford children are. I have touched on it a couple times, covering certain stories, and she did rebrand, but there's only so much she could do. So if you go to the website, it's still way too many Ks on that website because she couldn't just change the email type thing. And so, well, some of the packaging and branding has been changed to Kai's cookies and cakes or something with C's. Not all of it was changeable. Yes, Frodo, I know it's time for your evening snack. Okay. And it's time for me to eat dinner because it's still going to take a while to cook it and stuff. So I'll do the regular stuff. Although you guys, you all know this. You know this. I gotta do something about it. It's not very legible with all the background stuff. Like just put in a solid color or something. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, everyone go check out Boston Brian if he's still on and Left Past 10 starting in just a little bit. And I am done. I'm not going to be online for the rest of the night. But thank you everyone for your generous super chats. Thank you to the people who've become patrons. Super appreciate it. It helps me out a lot. Thanks to all the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you for everyone for just coming out and watching. I super appreciate it. And for all the generous people who have helped out with my Amazon wish list. Every little bit helps and lets me know that you appreciate my work, which really does help keep me going at times. So, with all of that, this one. There we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. I'm really hoping our tomorrow is better than your today. Really hoping with that election that it's better than today. Really, really hoping. Where's my end screen? There it is. Bye.